Yes. Dëne Sųłıné. John Speaker, Northwestern Slincy John. So it's a condolence, we Darius Eliason. A Vantak Gwich'in people, and the Yukon Legislative Assembly to the celebration of Mr. Elias to Whitehorse and Hatupa Yatia. Mr. Elias MLA led a Vantak Gwich'in riding in the Yukon Sôłıné Yatıé. A deputy chief led it a Vantak Gwich'in. A was a riding the community Old Crow. Yukon Sea, Gwich'in people in John Hiring La Johnson Nanga, hell. Mr. Elias, kid a Yutan, besides Yutan Begor John, the Northwest Territories borders, and done a house at the rather, the young. Done a hard, not the real tea, Gwich'in people. We it's not the caribou herd the hot day. But low had to the leadership but no has the hawk you. Mr. Elias you McCor yada. You know that and it's any dunley. You the thoughts and prayer. No Yatıé helper. Mr. Speaker, a professional engineer scientist, John Northwest Territories Johnson, and Tinal Q, Selyali de Highlandina. You belowed in highways, Quantala airports, Kethuzel power, communications, you near Tezo resource development, you had to that. You had to, under the mandate of Governor Northwest Territory 2019-2023, you had to strategic infrastructure, you had to hire in La Cia, had to renewable energy bonds, professional engineering, a Department of Infrastructure and Engineering and Geoscience, you see, one of these, you had to professional engineers and geoscience. Who said that I not seen how to? Night the hot juro had to bit on the hat a colleague society Sunday low had to Kenazo Atalena. Northwest Territories in Nuvik, geoscience, annual Geoscience Week, February 27 to March 6, 2021. Youth engagement network a yohal in ledene had a coolie. During I had a coolie, had a quickly not that about him. Public awareness, John had to John North had to a Department of Infrastructure, that do engineer geoscience professional, Department of Justice, legislation. Department C had to get now. Legislation applied. NAPEG Hulia yet to Bahalito, the stakeholders or you to do a home. Do not add a hold nedo. You do industry ponzalado. A good building practice for Northern Facility 2020 manually table a sled. 20 good building practice manual C. Updated 2019 editions. Sona guy, but Connell Town the sell new code at the standard. NWT register engineers and technicians. New sector environmental regulation, climate change, civil, environmental, geotechnical. You see, but that's on the about there. Updated recommendations, all y'all. Either do Sigalata Siha. climate change bonzala do John quantity. Infrastructure North Sea. Kip and redu. Do challenge you. Okay, the manual you see that do John. Do constructional unit see dollar see John so non bonza. Manual see. Do national code bonzo standards too. Keda do the sea galata see you had to. Don't have rights a big galata it's all none it's on none gaya do galata. Don't see go that to the big galata John. Government of Northwest Territories of Yale. Owners, developers, planners, designers, builders, they had to see you to see on new had to see. Good building practice manual see GNWTC the Department of Infrastructure Health. The other departments health on it not a day see though. Had to do guidebook say. Juntana Thanin Telo had to see later in a zone neither. Northwest engineering, geoscience professionals who had it not there. Either two Tergale now that do John Noah. Betach on the Zoha. Betar Ow had to John. See. Mr. John Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, Governor of Northwest Territories, Fire Marshal Emergency Management Organizations, Department of Municipal Community Affairs, or MACA. You'd have to John. I can't see some other daha. John Fire Service, John Nangaya. John Tatu John. John Hurdilo had the sal I say. John Fire Service doll I see. Firefighter see on Halgala nada. Do fire prevention dollar. Do firefighters John Northwest Territories see ja. Do John Halada. Lahur Nilikuli. Done like a Gatala nada. Do volunteer firefighter dollar see. Weep it's a family chaza Gatala now. Training they had to see the tan halal new to do the ketal ni see the kunja. Contact on had it we gonna tell had the seal. The quantala city net in the kunha. The firefighters the balona cha. You had that John. The do service Catalana see. But I care zone on. To first long service recognition program Hule. Award and Gata, Johnson Nanke see medals and pins. Do no balance as a Nada Fire Service Merit Award. Award see. Firefighters out in the community fire departments. NWT Fire Service Hucha Community Hiring Law Kunja Habati. Mr. Speaker, to highlight the Northwest Territories outstanding to 2020 NWT Service Merit Award, Mr. David Bernhardt. Community of Inuvik, Mr. Bernhardt for firefighting Halagala now. Diona I had to John. Nubika. Cape Dyer Nunavik that Mr. Bernhardt John Nubik Nickrinzer 1960s. Nuvik Fire Department 1980. Firefighter Lieutenant Captain, Deputy Fire Chief. In 2019, the Canadian Long Service Award Panta. The Ducha Kuntan Pagalana Chance on Nangaya. During Mr. Byrne, a two firefighter agenda. A two history that do Jana. A junior firefighters Honastan. A frontline firefighter Lila Kule had a good on Honastano, Kenazuntan Hasneo had they say. A do John. A care than a Hasneo had Ukunat. Mr. Bernard. A cat or Kunat there or Lila Kule. A firefighter family lady in his son. A two. A Bernhard seat Ketana Nazon. A congratulations Hulusin receiving the 2020 NWT Forester Merit Award. A young John Firefighter John Northwest Territory said you Marcielo St. John no Halhatu John, but dog can Zonha on John. Kunja Marcy. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. During St. John, a year alternate by us too. A year alternate the Z. So holiday and too. A year that do tin lune ah. A year that do tin lune not all had it high tin low had the sea on not any dead. He had this, he alternate by. Had there, Mr. Speaker. He thought. He thought. He that do John, but Unila say. He none the another. He thought, but or other. He some quan dollar sitting luga. He thought tin lu Northwest Territory tin lu. Highway number 3. He thought. Restrooms don't deal with some quantity done about 100 kilometers. Special con yelling at Tinlune. A Tinlune Ada Winter Road see. Ni Ada dear there. What the gas station or little restroom. What the Tinluga see on little dead. A young highway 3 had it done a toll day. Charlie was she, but some darn Kedola. A ye dot Tinluil town. Last New Year's Eve. You da bit on snag ni y'all. You do best some darn kid. You da do public restrooms don't you had to dollar. You had to clear you public restroom see. You had to be dinal tida. You da see. You da on nedo had to see the bird. Check had to see. Check had to see the some kind of telo. 2 hours and a half. You're the wig with teacher. I should testing such a you can't say cool had to that you know the daughters who had done later that they ha. You the minister is Kearney. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You the economy and Hanina zone. You the do John Northwest Territory Sea. You the Nina Shegalata. You John Government Sea Agriculture Strategy 2017 high in line later. You the do agriculture. You the do care Segalata Kenazon food. Burbat the Gishili Nitra de Sibe Galata. John NWT higher in La Siha. Ida Duchan Borough de Sigalata Siha. Ida Duchan Northern Residents Datiha. Ikani Territorial Federal Government C. Hay River Business Don Ida Dunina Show de Tanahal Olena. Ida do Business C. Riverside Growers C. $118,000 Hunty Bontainle. You know she in a show had they see. A Choice Food North $180,000 Pahalnita. You had to support see. You to do agriculture sector see what they see. You to business what they tala see ha. Kenazon near the show what you kid on the tati ha. You to our new agricultural products see. Hey Roberto John North Territory see. You to do dedication hala see ha. You Northwest Territory see. Agriculture see nina she see. You John had the college John Sandanta who had the le. You to do John residency had the John. You borough had the see ha. You industrial agriculture. You John NWT had the nina she see ha. You North businesses in low. You to do infrastructure hello. Greenhouses production. You to do a sequence how to see. Industry job Sandan see. The government on health some time in kind to either do see either Kinazoha on see ha. Yeah, you here North Delo, North End, either business who had to had the seen a shit, North End, Fisherman's Wharf, you seen it there. You had to gaze who had the you seen on near there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
Twin Lakes yesterday. February 4th, Bunny Mark Miller, the Minister Indigenous and the private Indigenous people roll up vaccine had geen balje ha. Eet her had geen balje heen la chills and not there. Science that cause a henny. Politics still will up than the gunani their law. Indigenous Pili priority list it's on Nankaya it's on priority list genuchile. Hoidland the chill is prioritized lilo ye. Yeah, neither none is only. Federal Administratie Newbeck, Fort Smith, Newbeck, Ottawa te hene. Hat only the indigenous tanate see priority group from the Ashwin tan tumbling see Chanate see the Blanat Chile urban centers are her Yellowknife urban center at Ada. And Newbeck the community of China. Kuchin comprehensive land claim invalued community at Newbeck. That week's schedule at Nalja in Le Hatter Hazen as Hassa. Yelne Pugulas Chair, then Nunt on Lenny London. Anything has said that the mine workers Teda Hatkin but Bondia Tataslina. There is still less in nearly had indigenous people on it, Kaya not Tesi be at here. NWT residents above mine Gatala Nagor Shonly, a non resident employees a year than you had seen Balya little in Tilsi. Had there mercy say, the COVID pamphlet to a mind a lot at where you can the answer here, mercy.
Thank you, member for Nivik Twin Lakes. Member.
Tabacha Yachero. This outlet with the quanta NWT talk and yeah, outlet quanta tesi banastia. 20 years ago in the NWT Housing Corporation, Seniors Housing Strategy Julia Galta Line Hallin le. Anthony betet deal Pilgala hat Hallin le. Overcrowded dan Swado is not a daily waiting list that does you had the public housing nun deal had Anthony ha Quantal said Nizolin Netherlands 20 years of housing strategy putting there thing. It's a Nankaya Dodger see had Uyagalana. He Anthony ha Quan style see Quan Hill see Jahani that had only Anthony the Quan. A Dodger when Dodger done Anthony's sound there John Nangaya. Had Mr. Speaker, when I say NWT Housing Corporation, the seniors housing strategy in Atlanta. I say that strategy nicht in let's see, don't you in Atlanta, they see a lot of I tell you, often as a youth, kind of so pursuit deal at the boggle that incoming threshold. Often that John, that they see become hard becomes are the income threshold in the on there, you're had way at some part of that Chile, see you're not there. Had only Anthony there, you would net in the needs all has seen Anthony, but Bahor nearly financial thing hard become kind of hard to the Luli. Had only had Anthony, but that dear, can't build calls or what there. Night. Nice equipment, but see, but son, he'll not tell you got chill, shelter, had a horn, you let the often later. Had at some puppets, you see, honest on that illini. Had a consensus cross, the statement thought, neither, mercy. Mercy. There's two that they have since often. Daar hadden we nog housing policies in ons niet dat u gaat dat deze niet ingaan. Dat u ons niet bezit doet dat de kon uit het doen gelijk dat. Somebody aandelen dat u somebody say aandelen. Universal flat rate in ons niet public house not they see some of it's in low shift elilo hini. That deze ministers currently doing on mercy. Frame liquor together. The report appointed NWT Street Oil and Gas was released November 9th per Dëne. A Tampa lawsuit receiver. Environmental compliance so had to see regulatory submission so see $2.4 million Tampa allowed a site ha a Tampa a lawsuit. Hatuli a RTC remediation site $10 million out of taxpayers' money had to none the GNW 2021 but as I be take all their bits there. They told the system failure in lay the Cameron Healthcare, public liability in lay. Now you stages in lay, doing boldly hully, devolution of the site went on. Had only a tool to but got the light securely closure plan the lelo. The policies legislative changes had to only large had to charge bolny on the government Nizonyi Naila had the resource development cost Nila $10 million a percent Tampak other you'll see Selja have don't eat on it. Child care or educational a year is into Tampak other. Had only Tampa environment liability near assembly but other you pay your job near. Had only Hutla Pogalite Talon, the Zombogalite Talon, the zone in leather. Had all the assembly on Hill, DC, had to Galate horse in minister at DC, but in letter. Had to know the government the regular na rest holy roadmap little identification little gap little the public policy little legislation to but our order minister he time lay staff so they're gonna clean level the assembly deal AC night night mandatory legislative requirement to closure plan they had to full financial sampanilio had to user pay principle in it ministers and former financial security you had the coordination of the closure planning financial security landlord neo tool legislation that the early warning system that on Hosnia political senior management you call you that this minister was currently in it if they were mercy. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Kathleen Grace Lazy. Little Health Month of Canada, it's on Canada, third largest organ hit 12 pounds in it. Had to deliver 90% of the cell, had to but the body filter of blood, had to, see cholesterol, vitamins, and minerals. Not the liver, see, or essential to life, had to, done a liver disease, got nothing, tail stigma attaching it. That could not alcohol, no, but neither. 100 disease in liver, alcohol, alcohol related. Liver cancers, had Canada, on the 20% obesity, on cause liver disease, but had a transplant, not liver disease, I use dan liver disease to la sequel of nero dan geo dan the dan yo saw the Canadians saw liver disease but kui cure to could dan the bull on the only that had Toriano also the only had the William Grant cancer liver cancer million airline mechanic in see, really, immune disease, sarcoidosis, cystic liver. See, 10 years ago, has at the urge at Edmonton tumors, but so I'm chewing there. I told you the years they had a navigator diagnosis, holy health related issues that so expert medical travel or specialist appointment, had a blood workup, self advocacy, diagnostic, I had to. Hata set story na zo hata ilhuli hata si wonte di latana atana ka ya tan sahar te ne hata utana the rehorn ni lat ilhuli pagoya COVID-19 the Australian la hata healthcare ja tan ya the proactive kutana prevented young 30 tan honol khana you call your liver disease one out here such a colleague also such a tan holo liver foundation have mercy tan katala now economy is on great Cam Lakes at there means mental health child school attention is all jump start so social support yon that the zone C G W T at non small business only see financial influx of public service had to but it is only near Sunday industry and tourism second online public engagements in last session had to done that ugalai tasi tan you zero all area you not get 20 year the procurement process wala ta and it's a non business procurement feedback got northern employment southern business no get done who nothing on business nothing done job business show that kotala nani I horn ilat il huli bogaleta Department of Financial that written complaint so you gala na hatu layers vendor complaint policy only ku policy law see offers the controller general annual report with that done the but ilesiga not after the year GNWT the block, you and portal to Tono, you got you that who complaints that who seen is only see it on Nankaya, Golyan. But our odd weather. Added tool to procurement review panel recommendations in it in Nailia. The information see when I'll see but our odd and event ilha. That two documents that la see that to Tribala government services and lead that to Bagalaita. The arm report share recommendations in the public document let Gene double T procurement practice all another is only. Cam Lake business right deal, GNWG contract, with Nazi contract and all yellow. Nazi. Had done Bahur need budget and child way that on Nankaya had to premier in the zone for Galata, it's a Nankaya than yet are there.
Member.
During the grand opening of Snow King Winter Festivals, the Snow King, the staff who volunteers that do Lana Chahelsi had we yacht had 26 years Galana. A pandemic that neither could have the Kulkis Quahel yard, the other Quahelsi. Castle sea. Do snow garden lado. A sea tambayella. A drink I not near the la. A particularly hollow snilla, you're not tailor there. A is no king sea. A is no slide. A is salt, son of tail. A does no carving or had a lot. Mercy. During CNC. A rapid testing Julia Johnson, then get but on a Santos Dale had it Connaught at Daisy. It's a hotel room set it's a new vacancy, done Sanate. A hotel assistance could have I load that. A rules here too. A territory see. A funeral toll had they say. School to another toll. A since I really now today. You pumped Edela. The government tightly see Paul Neil there. It's a hometown see her. A rapid testing al air. It's not there, but I can't la. Done it in Tello had to taught. A kit on a corner talila de Tataha. A quanto had they say. Had to done a COVID secretary seat some part time ago. A rapid testing a holyali de hose. A don't hold neha. Done song. You thought done song. A residency de Paul Nilo. A but that government song, but that's some part can a combatant exemption, a rapid testing, a still neha. A minister see that a high in the Holocene during the Burskura. You can't do no data hell now. John 19 members no ne seal now to it left. The minister see. A doctor Condola, the premier of ministers see a high let to it left. Mercy. Reports of committee on review bills. Tabacha. You're consider Bill 16 and an act to amend the Income Tax Act. Bill 16C, second reading of law that John Legislative Assembly John November 2nd, 2020. A standing committee in led for review. John February 25th, 2021, standing committee a public hearing in led John Minister of Finance. A clause by clause review bill bekoneltan. The committee C report Bill 16, an act to amend the Income Tax Act. Consideration in committee of the whole. Reports of standing and special committee. Cam Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Social. Bill 13. Bill 13C. Legislation. Standing Committee on Social Division. October 29, 2020. Bill 13C. Mountain Standard Time. Standard Time. Bill 13. Commissioner and Executive. Daylight Savings Time. Committee seat submission allowed the municipal Dëne Sųłıné Organization Education Count Business Community. 7 written submissions C. Nahani Construction Cold Weather Construction Expert Destro Divisional Education Count Yellowknife Dëne Nation saw 2 Divisional Education Mayor and Council Town Fair David Nickerson and Wassisk. Appendix A. Reviews of submission. Young Government C. Daylight Savings. 1 fixed time bill. Committee C. Mayor Town of Hay River Council. Support. 1 standard time note. Recommendations of the 18th Legislative Standing Committee on Social Development. You reported to motion 32 to 18 brackets 2, petition 6 brackets 18 2, time to John, but the community C, public 16 18 brackets 530 signature, 18 different communities C's, government of Northwest, 1 standard time of the daylight saving time regulation committee C. Government of Northwest Territory, broad entire stakeholder engagement, Connor Alberta Health Nayeltia. Review Bill 13, options law. Executive Council C. Dale's regulations time. Concern C. Bill 13 Committee's motion C that our minister see a resident from Northwest Territory, time change but down there, the standard time. A clause by clause review of the bill public February 9th, 21, the motion on Bill 13, appendix B got this, a motion as Cabinet Minister concurred with the motion, R.J. Simpson, Minister of Justice, member of staff, committee C. Clause by clause review, motion C, Bill 13, Interpretation Act, print C, committee of the whole. Committee C, Marcia C, Bill Bill 13. Cam Lake. I move second. Twin Lake, the Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 20, an act to amend the Employment Standard Act. Assembly C adopted with it. Acknowledgements. Hay River South. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A Minister of ITI Irsker. GNWTC. A Agriculture Newness a strategy see 2022 and a Minister see a 2070 2022 Agriculture Strategy. A do update the yaw. A do need the guy had to yaw sit that up. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A do strategy go there with Galata. A strategy at Tiffany there 2017 say. A commercial production on Lilder. A union say 8 to 10 to halt in a shed. Yet, who John, this night said out to the Nation. The do John. Do this year, Bunny there, huh? 2022 C. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture policy see a youth government see that to see la. It see la see that do legislation la see. Do the Lana de lo the you had it canality. A minister see. A do progress holiday on it that do legislation bonds I had to see that do a do ownership because I see her. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Regulations hala see. Do Department Health and Social Service the bigalatada. Had to be mandate ha. Territorial Agriculture Association held ya. Done by halalatada. Producers that seat. Had to get galena see her. A red tape working group, you to be galata. A business see what is sector see the category. A to do but only last year, ye day. A Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A capacity building see. First Nation that see. That do hands-on training al had to see it that do seriously. A minister is the. John Sonnen get hiring last year. You had a greenhouse near the shale had to be set delay, don't they? That do John had to John near the shale see how. That do John that do be galata lead and see. That do John see. Food security see how. Hiring law. Had a greenhouse don't send than that. That do John see the a local economic development officer Bahaliotida. A program style lot. Training toll. That do John Bahalsapa la leha. Had do John resources a lot. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had to John industry civic halgaleta. Institution becaleta. Responsible minister the minister of ITIC. Minister of EC Justice halgaleta. Had to greenhouse institutional. To agriculture the leadership on Zaladoha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Northern Department seat the top minister let the different areas let the ITI had to see the gardening had to be galata seat Northwest Territory seat because school galata the Minister of Justice who had to see bahalgalata agricultural galata siha.
Non plus, Shadow. The member statement not easy job. See yet here. That's the answer. The alternate Minister of Infrastructure question yours correct. Dan 30 le bestana Bishop Conjo with dating halt or hot air dan long. Had only engineering done on to a lawyer. Had only the next inlet elo. It done quit to 30. Yeah, bit as I had it. Assumed in a bit as I some in learning. Could highway 3 or beyond what like a young laws and like the restrooms on little there. Taught Bishop Con, Yell Nation, Tunluni, Aussie, a year that's all. Some quite hardly in Zoli. Minister did. He outhouse them because Bishop Con some quite, but not here in the house. Don't start how need start how their partner infrastructure unit, ITI. Do you a saga not the facilities you pull out to Tunlugatalana. Safety and investment infrastructure but highway safety but our auto no need priority number one let that. Had a member department ITI infrastructure initially had a management plan that I know highway 3 Willie I know highway I know highway at on none highways 10 highways no it's that's I know had I know there's only at up later mercy non place of course yes here the seat at the 10 this title is highway safety this out there you put action of Bogala though. See, one night hero, but can I hollow? He highway action is letting. How long? Ja, so one night she restroom the highway. Some coin, but our auto, but in a chair. Mr. Speaker, that was sing there, that do. Mr. Sussing Leo, but our auto, it's some coin, but our auto, but in a chair. The action general standards providing public toilet restrooms highway but art in the highway 3 the department position to that was courtesy one Galanaro Minister actually Mercy Mr. Speaker I thought position on the letter some coin what they have hot only but Nile Q highway safety pro-business so extra funny temporal curl finance so had to remember that you see or courtesy but listen ITI pull last now the management plan go like that to had the nil the safety issues had the panel or seen one point currently Mercy. The request was courtesy. Honestly, it's unqueer that society see one last here. Minister, I saw like that in the thousand. The had already taste adila. Honestly, but the achieved or other. Some coin one else chidila. Restroom, highway. Minister, the house the plans so. Champa law at not care for restroom. Not a public washroom, so restrooms are Highway 3. Lialne to best go to the from studiers inlearning. Study her, to it. It's a study, but study, you don't see study to it then. 20-year plan ladder to recommitment the house the see alternate that I have said ni see pillas ni ha. Had to turn to answers it's in a to the house law one of the honey. Mercy. Mr. Speaker, to report the Lenny Department so well like the GNWT, that you see Neil night long legally, that pull out so yellow to best console pull out and I see Neil space on deal. Technical support, IT vote, but some pal out, some control there. Had the let's commit the single department infrastructure off to see technical requirements that is in it's some kind need all that the department some pound leader you got not hope in this not that not care muffy. Must see the thoughts in public forum led by Chiconte. The discussion lay see not in the minister senior staff I could hit formulating the partnerships with the very particular issue to be class saw that on Buganal Tretlat had Ubergalite had in the action plan could on a lot to assembly deal is could the partners saw you think so government held a lot not in the year or had the John deal is the life of this assembly could then be silly all there in the only dwell out in Mr. Speaker. See weapons near special coin not he let it on key stakeholders so see not self-service so what they got not keen le departments of infrastructure ITI now they cultivate on the safety on the self-service at the highway need gonna a working group in that in honey could they some kind yeah don't he did that discussion on LT to the he asked me to go not after you thoroughly as you nearly mercy to batch out on the corridor. Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Minister telling that the business department priority at all. Are you it's a non compets in the bits end near don't eat some parts cigar Carlo Housing Corporation here. Mercy and I have priority at hobbies and corporations in engage with Northwest Territories that affordable, suitable housing at Nankaya Hat Oli. Remember that the income threshold at Sampa Lassi, the Lassi Hat Oli is fairness and consistency. That was Nankaya, Hat Oli, see nil iha. I know see nil iha that they rented Lassi Sampa with all you see the nil iha. Hat Oli, see on us here. the housing corporation program by the but I can see the alternate it's on that then he'll like the suitable housing at DC remember that DC rest hours mercy in you're there you unique approach so they see yeah hi mercy Mr. Speaker in it's better than the Minister Brent Clowney don't also the eligibility public housing let's get out the zone will be for now Minister Kerr he don't be next unit so that's on Mankaya off net 29 yeah 374 in 374 on net it's on Mankaya Housing Corporation Seniors Complex only Fort Liardo Fort Province had to it's on Mankaya had to find last year had to book like that see one asked US on net quamly at on Mankaya partnership so will get housing corporations in funny Nicola had to can't get nearly had to it in at Ubagalita sit on Hilgalita create a solutions in it. Are you housing society are you gosh go done this only for good hope had to Kongalana had our partners in leg GNWT or local government housing corporation no partners here alternate contact community had you seen it as a minister had indigenous groups hilgalas now stakeholders at OC housing no number one priority at Sabaga like the government like huli indigenous groups the hilly at Zag and they will go like that partnership so it for approach on the end had to like the affordable housing adequate housing suitable housing resident at non than not there mercy to put shut on currently Minister at the current means test but how terminate off net net often had the buggle of no hard all ye any off net delta mercy Mr. Speaker I remembered at the course on had to sort of cut had to mercy the same right you had to add solutions about like that off net bill like that how everything corporation land tender in the between the private homeowners so had to client to had to seek approval housing programs have the we got an RC housing eliminated in the between the had to coin you thought they will hard in it in the lane had to also find out Chile the course not there Daniel not there also hill not there I would care let's say larger sensors habits are odd had a seniors age in place had but great as a bill like had with us our courtesy or not creativity to housing corporation I don't see it that would need to church it's on holy I don't see it say units population is low income families but the women and children sequel homeless is so overcrowding out on had the ministers at the apartment just but earth auto
have as a Northwest Territories must seat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, just to remind everyone to slow down a bit. Our interpreters may be having difficulty here, but also be mindful of our other members that still have to ask questions here. Final supplementary, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister consider creating a new
the new housing strategy of the housing corporation C the seniors by law the income law the core need income threshold, 14 years they become it's a department. The strategy seed become all us now sila. The member all the same. A worker safety, a compensation. The COVID-19 culture tue had the mine site in le. 19 confirmed cases, 11 out of workers. 8 it's on there. A northern workers see mine site that what on a near that. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. WFCC, a mine manager doing pahalgalay that do reporting in see. A mine health and safety see the patira. A member see WSCC February 26th a year night day law 28th and a on-site investigation al yao. WCC that do on see. You had to the connect time later. You Minister Mercy. You Minister see. A WFCC requirements on level. The southern you not already yeho. The accommodation that's a TC who nods and sons on o John's sons on her. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. WCC, you mind see health and safety see. You had to you workers that just not already high down. You do come WFCC you do. You had to you galena. Mercy, Mr. The tita talasinoti. The top secret the information the floor of the house the northern and the work site not early. The top secret control plan. You asking an employee you let's say they see the nickel chudo that. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The information. The private company that. You had to but then it's a plan that. The mind see the health and safety regulations see. You face mask out in the la. WCC. You but in see mask but there. The control plan WFCC. You had that compliance here. You planned that. You the plan there. No, the ball near. Mercy. The top secret plan. You mask out there. The yields are so. The 情况係老嘢用到是，把丟甩得啦。Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Top secret, it's a business that the control plan that. Nune bahal gaiti WFCC occupational health and safety. 情況係老些，the pandemic 些，the outbreak 些，the do regulation 些，WFCC，the so the answer cannot see cannot do it see the plan the A plan ya te no ni bekaleta to tire de tire. WFCC approved that. Chief Public Health Officer di Betlazada. Mr. Speaker. A member statement C. A Moderna vaccine. A two category ya C. A 18 plus C PHO approval el nata. A tlata release. A category to tatera. A tla yada. Mr. Speaker, mercy. A category not TC. A release el yao nitsin. A 18 plus so had AC. A public health not TC. A all school teachers, teacher assistants, support workers, school bus drivers, a work daytime janitors, a daycare, hotels, grocery stores, drug stores, banks, libraries, coastal service, liquor store, gas station, convenience stores, customer service at the airport, a reporters, camera crew, a CPHO, exemptional ne, workers, betin liao si. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A non-resident camps not they see priority to a vaccinate till neha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A vaccinated in the NWT rotational worker. A larger center say a tail a January 31st a tail score. A got to where you don't see. A dance on sauna there. NWT a kiza tota panizira toilet. A outbreaks at the end. 20 cases so it was NWT a priorities, non-resident, a residency. A you chantan dicor letter, a tuba vaccinal letter, a CPHO, a rotational worker nods and don't they say you're the hold nap. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A immunization clinic in New Vaccine, not kids are Tazanado. A cancel all yo. A appointments cancel all yada. A kid on the girl young. A notes at DC. A vaccine. A yellow nights and not yet. A Atlantic clinic C. February 1st to the 5th C. Atlantic doses. Bullish and not yet. Mr. Speaker, a CPHO, a clinic C, a approval yellow, a first weekend C. the clinic cancel al yel rotera. The NWTC. The public territorial resort. The Batinal TC. The Batinal TC, you're the Tondeku. The kid on the Nubixi. First week, the kid on the Sukoshela. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The clinic took the appointments. The book appointments had to vaccine. You cancel all, yeah. You Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Dëne Keys had to Dëne Batio. John Lissi. Unityan had to the federal minister see. The vaccine see had to done Pagalana see. Mercy. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The new priority group that consulting public health care. The hotels who had to see. The odds at in the sea had to see. The vaccine al neha kutana. The Ottawa see the vaccine the chara. The odds and had to northern parts of it. The health to vulnerable. The had to be galena. The vaccine had to see the 75%. The population had 44% hiljada. The population became see. The had to be galeta. The National Advisory Committee. The tried to do. The told prior. You can vaccinate galena. The two principles galena see. The two prioritization see. The tata bunnies early you tell him. The hotana tata trustee you to patia. The had to sa because galeta. The see pantana. The hiring law pagula chow had to see the new beko. The vaccination. The 18 years to da. The thoughts on how to be galeta see. The population of chow had to see. The vaccine had to see the big ship and big honey tara. The using 2 clinics halyada. 18 years old had to see. The vaccine.
Oral question.
No, not book yet. Mercy. Don't say. Rabbit testing on us here. Well, that's a high law. Don't find the land of a whole land. Had to get family members so tell not there. December 22nd, the rabbit testing, honey. Don't I NWT. Health and Social. Are you access to COVID-19 testing, honey? Preliminary results I put on 15 minutes, honey. Minister, you rapid testing or not here. Our community has a lot of rapid testing or not TC in Mercy. Minister responsible health and yeah, Mercy and cheaper nurse Neo. Are you on honey law? Health center but you had rapid testing but yeah, but closet there, honey. But rapid testing you go on you done thought the symptoms with COVID with done She said that in her lula fever still. Aches and pains and symptoms to her. Respiratory symptoms. The year test on done a year day test, but the essential workers on the healthcare system. Had to be. He tested allowly. All then you're only he's on CJ, but out in. Never put on the car. Mercy. Well, nice, ja. The rapid testing. Claw, next year. Such 6 people like that. Who's it's ill here? 6 tests brought tests really how. Hassing how. It's one of it. Then we're going to see on our hunt cannot tell her. That rapid testing had you that that I hung yard. Of course, the legislature changes quickly here. Go to the minister. Control the issue of the doctor condones and in any harm. The law, well, no, any mercy. Mr. Speaker, the rapid testing on all TC. Now, symptoms but in the fully, had to eat on the 14 days for the symptoms but in the The rapid testing isolation on its own dealable. The virus load to the body is in it. A bird in her hot illa, you will call John Dill. You had to turn your lean of a court chain lane. Hot a rapid testing, but I think the ongoing testing on it. Quarantine period or hot was here. Done the yelling for the Taslina. E test, but our art are last year. Portly yard. Eat a Chelsea or young. The outbreak in law. Seaburners new. Hind law community response team. You don't hind law, you don't test a law. Not to talk to. Don't you only see. Cut out the terrorists. Had a outbreak management. Had a year about that in it. He had killed near. Had a see. Outbreak to South Jara season. Mercy. I see administrative law. She told it. The COVID-19 lead and Mercy was minister was correct. John rules with actually family members, all things music and the people who tell get hot talk the one building ya. King the night England in everything hotel compensation Clat Abbott a hotel compensation either John isolation period. Clat Abbott Mercy. Minister of Health and Social Mercy in the so course Horney who remember tan ko na hole but the family had to set in la deal hotel non easy got the course premier but lada you called it in premier I called it but there's fun supplements premier is correct madam premier speaker it's all near it's all in like but by $2,000 bill and 14 days hotel that's near but that day Jonathan was cursed it's all near compassion leadership to Tin la huli yela huli yela families ba horni lene. There we had to net inlo and handle nilo in mercy. Minister Premier Fiero. Master Mr. Speaker, I balance this out. I don't only see a beyond the non your residents are not lovely. You put it there. You had to put it there. How to taxpayers, but it's some part you have to find balance of the being pathetic for everything. You want that to being responsible taxpayers. MLAs during public IoTs, our business community chiefs and leaders. Yeah, don't do it anymore. CPHO, no travel jurisdictions of Canada. Recommendations don't come to our jurisdiction. It's a cool fear law. Oh, needy, Mr. Speaker, ni hata nice here. Ayotan, it's idiotan bagalita. It's a non discretionary travel vacation, so hata eat and it's here, when there's near to. Taylor Village John the Village John, when 9 later, lose residency in a long later, Mr. To the jump on what's Eloy, but Nelly had the lane. Remember that thing, jump on what's in the jump on what's in hot over, jump out at other people near Mercy. Ministry of Health Services was correct. Greatly. The national NGOs organizations, not the program, Canadian Liver Foundation, program now. It's all not getting out, but at you support and service on the research or at the goal of now. Mercy. Minister of Health and Social Services, not here. Mercy. The Department of Health and Social Services releasing a number of national organizations, Hilgal and Canadian Blood Services, Mental Health Commission of Canada, though. Hatoli, Liver Foundation, Hatoli, Department of Current Year no Hatwilo, Health System, organization, Hilgal, not to a deal with Current Mercy. Great sleep on the current. Mercy Minister at the Department of Community Deliverance Foundation that not the liking to don't see something about that. It's on like 80% shortfall. Some people liver in it, grant applications laws. I don't applications cure to liver disease to early diagnosed tools. I told it research bill now bill funding some habits near that research affair net mercy ministry of mercy in the Department of Health and Social Service in the research was held on the hat only become it hard hat only researchers no gani yare no current partner in it a year nil in a proposal ni I see, but kind services, status support, or hot contribution of data set of so much hot only. No class till that it's an city, Pelgalita, 20 lane, mercy. Great late on the correct mercy in minister that the GNWT research open type hot government hot course only research institute. Mr. Speaker, in health issues, kind of healthy living lifestyle to hunt food and tell and do you health education, Hatalo Hanostana, liver health to what is here. Hato charts are non ayat and transital tello, you know, in law, any mercy ministry of Tito. I see near. When I ring up Emily, when I department unit, in terms screaming brief intervention for in alcohol user clinical level in the could a patient see ordinary appointment or healthcare provider hill. There's a net, Canada's low risk drinking guidelines that healthcare provider support the counseling referral to alcohol treatment center hatol di nil hatol di ne hatoli petting holi screen holi lovely night and you got not time what last see tell but that they had community council programs any mental health support but at you hatol support the healthcare provider then, but it the or the detox to treatment 2 year then you gotta know how to do Great claim that they done with Carl. Mr. Speaker, in the zone is alcoholism only. Yeah, on 2010 education had to leave the department holistic. I don't see not in little liver health. He haven't had no shift, exercise or technical statement as a liver. Dan gaan in liver ziet altijd heel had healthy liver campaign. Het zou denk ik ja liver. Han goed uit het deel dan de ring or not here, Mr. Speaker. The commitment is chair to it on dan. Had it as sing how we had dan it you call your liver health. Had to not the current efforts that well enough. I say, you don't see tell a strategy you need in liver disease. Hunt food liver than a dern is only you need see tell but dern is only say you need had a but our but dan sal jy hunt food at dat sal dink ja nie maar sien. Cam Lake dan of Cardinal. Mr. Speaker, Minister of Finance is Curha. Vendor complaint policy on last year's of course on procurement review, see nice Minister of Finance review panel but a draft report that was business community finalized here. Minister of Finance Mercy could on a panel to the public but our audit panel building to buy Holland or something setting office, no government office that could create an objective on it that we all now see the home they just seen locally. Got east locally that the had to all now because on the had to message it and had to inquire in the last year to the little machine. Cam Lake done of course. Mercy in it. Mercy is it was our odd ways since 1973 in the level. Had the Northern business got a lot now in the zone had this got all of that. All in us, he saw see Department of Finance toolbits at a venture complaint policy. Annual report this year, I had to cursing at the let at a test. Recurring review annually report that that yet at minister you call you out and you think you had all call you out and you see how Marcina. Minister of Finance, Marcina. Approximately 6 years ago, I know 19 complaints in Lane. Had to the fiscal year car in the roadway. Mr. Speaker, you compile the information with you had to review a panel in anything. You gotta know see thing that you take alternatively. That's all I have nil in. Had to didn't you thought gotta know. Cam Lake on the correct. Merci, Mr. Speaker. You no zontist aholy saw complaint or aholy see change to hazard copy commit from that Cam Lake businesses that escalated to the course from that another story. Great news that you'll see conversations MLAs and ministers and you'll see Selyada and only hatoli no hatlat belgalata. Minister annual report Controller General public in hello. Twilone. Had I done your next you're not you saw Hagai saw answer the nation Hagaira, you receive a don't have needed mercy. Finance Minister. You see that I say April 1st, fiscal year, see I can't complete card again. See mercy that guessing like that. Had to let sound that report on it. complete clean lab, all the report to our island. Had only see complaints in it, services had in it, Connor in general, you finalize the complaints in that day in it, next year, the government, you review the complaints policy, and you add me a complaint to process is so, got to collated hot report out that utane and the information see a complaint yeah privacy a lot hatuli had dumper that complaint with ziganis see I don't holiday or in a hatuli control general's house but get la chala hat lot to see a transparency or complaint mercy.
Marcy, the Minister Hattis Senero, the privacy complaint, so you report complaint see ha. You government see how to in it, you procurement policy, all I know see that do not that. You industry, you perfect, you there you see the banister. You department see how to recommendations at EC. You do recommendations. You GNWT that do local businesses. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You policy see the individual see the procurement process see. You kid that do eligible to the complaints of new to. You client department see you but you service dollar see. You Consular General's office see the formal report la. You had to be held to. You don't ha. You see. You business community see. You procurement. You do mandate no see. You do because like that. You vendor procurement process see. You recommendations you say. You procurement vendor complaint. You had to no need courts see. You complaint process see. You do living documents see ha. Mercy, Mr. You Minister of Land see. A strategic oil bank set procurement seat Cameron Hillsar gas field seat Duncan a GNWT load up because of Mercy, Mr. Speaker. I Luminary I receiver Utah you get all like that. I do regulatory compliance all in. I option had to operator seat do we do that. I transfer no channel new to the company usually there. That's it. I had to say I site progressive there. I system failure. Liability on what the government see action because it let to see real tana. It let to the same level the 100 day jaha mercy. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Yatun la securities federal government yin lao. Transfer yao John Notsan. Canada C regulatory seat GNWTC. Kone hai lao. Auntie hello city because yin lo. The garlet ho. Regulatory system security see how had they see oil and gas that do devolution that do no time let see. Marcy the security of Gordian, Tlotta Gordian, let Tlotta Huchua, Tlotta Galatalo that do mandate don't answer. That do development of it, approach that do Galata see the contaminate Sido. You had to see a government yacht new, that do Sapa allow. That's his at the Jaha. This talk will do their left. A minister's roadmap to plan to claw but sound. The Cameron Hills, the Hanate Jaha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The members, the details on LTC, 2019 JNWT, a contaminant seat, release a yaleda. The Bicala all that time low. The contaminant site committee, see, the working group, see. The two Gala log and untasi. You file Lysalia 2021, sir. The devolution don't see that to halala now water board, the halala now federal government, the two guidelines don't see the security hub. The Public Lands Act, the regulation, the two oil and gas regulation, see ITI, you now, the tunut out ketrapa, the Galana, the Nedaha. Mercy, Miss. Cameron Hill Sour Gas Field C. GNWT Liberia Cha. You can't our TV or Chelica. The minister seeked Cameron Hills and GNWT liability. It's not to a topper in her head. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You don't see that do listing or had to see. You security see had to ton. Environmental liability fund see. $2 million in Thailand. I can't tell but you know, hospital. I can't national know had to supplementary estimation say you're there. You're there. How should it be? You the fancy. You saw not salt on there. You the Florida, you the campground booking salne see Florida. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. City Senate and all tell Cindy. You parks or they see. You May 4th and May 7th. You Camlake. You bookings May 1st. It's all the campground saw her team up. Mr. Speaker. You COVID see weather opening data. The contracts who come campground see the parks all I see. You campground nu others May 15th. Most parks had to be May 24th, long weekend, huh? Camlake. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Had that sod. See, had to saw quite idea. Campers who had to die, Tilo had to see camping in snow. Ron Tarin Tina Tuelo. The snow campers in the 80 parts around it with our tonne. May 1st parks are hard to see. Nunity held that Tuelo. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Plania della. Had to call it on parks. You can't on it. You can't see that of course. Facilities allow. Outhouses see it all. What is it? Had to see it up on La Sonda to see. Do la see that. Over there, things held down. $200,000 last year. Parks betal, height answer betal, yeah. Do John. Traditional opening. Early betal, Tino at Tilla. Camping had this territorial park had to see. Had to Northwest Territories because all let us see. John, you told her things you earlier. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Territories the Chazatelato. Camp we can see. Incept. Campground see, but set you there. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Coupon later. Parks had to jump because all that done. Had to. Announcement said we had to see that the Hanel toilet. The two facilities dollars without the half. Mercy. Written questions. Tabling documents. Education, culture, employment. Oral question, brackets 2. GNWT workplaces Tanyatira. Notice of motions. First reading of bills. Committee Report 8-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 9-19-2. Ministers 77-19-2. Table document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19 brackets 2. Speaker dash 2. German.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, committee wishes to deal with table document 286-19 bracket 2, main estimates 2021-2022, and deal with the departments of infrastructure and justice. Mr. Joe.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short break and resume with the first item. Back to order.
Table document 286-19-2, main estimate 20. Infrastructure, regional operation. Steve Ludet, regional, Gary Brennan. Regional operations, 250, put it there. 250, 53. Frame Lake. Yellowknife North, too. Minister C. O&M seat, highways, RT seat, according out. Minister of Infrastructure. Madam Chair. $75 million go there, average highways and haunting when they're in that. You don't the highway kilometers see the course and the clay. It turns to not near the thought the chun to Lucille in say. Madam Chair, the highways operations system 2,350 kilometers haunted Tinlu with the road Tinlu, Ditchu, Bridge, Culvers, Dala see. It turns to see. It you think it member that too. Highway see John Sananga. Neither chip silo, neither gravel had they say. Young sketcher here. Mercy, Madam Chair. Range cost kilometer O&M the highway Galatasi. Madam Chair. ADM Brennan range kind of what near son. A 19 to a range a 20 there. A inspection see. A 2019-20 $6,400 per kilometers. 14,000 at the end. Hello. Budget or not, he see. Airport revolving fund seat You some on it clear lot or surplus lot. You thought of it, like other hard. You that do there's no regional operations. A 253 revolving fund. 261 to 62. 62. Nitsia. Department of Info Item C. Chada. Regional operations Hilda. See our cursi different section that. See the Sanhalasi data. Regional operations hold on. Airport revolving fund, mercy. Mercy, Madam Chair. 251 this yeah. A amortization units yeah. Your department this John with the budget here. Department C line item C had to say. It looked at the north song. 2020, 21, 22, $3.8 million to Tacha. Amortization adjustments al end the highways assets 2019 to 2020 surplus a job but that somebody $4 million airport seat amortize surplus you'll never revolving funds will borrow currently. Amortization seat that do assets a see. Department seat recovery yile at toilet hole. Information hello. Do we get later seat budget see we get later. Madam Chair, ADM Brennan sections it's in that. Mercy, Madam Chair. Amortization is that the policy hello. Saw lands hold assets what to the revenue all I not see. Paging had it. Mercy response. The policy becomes tower so dispose goods policy. You did it. Hayin la sing la la son. The minister see it say. Mercy, Madam Chair. The policy a lot of. The member of the policy. a cabinet level policy day. The dispose the assets allow see to potential GNWT the responsible the buildings what they allow say the policy we can let us see the see details service illuka tan halasiansi design had to see potentially lot da mercy potentially see but that's el nela policy see to tana hasin lew interest groups what is the dollar see NWT Corporation Priority 1 Community non-organ number 3 General Public number 4 doing the current policy dollar sa surplus bana new 50,000 onsi the policy see betel ne ha computer kapurtiles you members see top policies nation declare infrastructure establishment see policy see dispose of property see naigala now night gala naila northern cur to the others cur ila page 251 highways operation C new technology had to see highway C don't they see Marcy Madam Chair increased birthday $4.6 million at Down Ultra. A new Tuck Highway Sita Winter Road Tila. Highway number 8 Italia. Amortization adjustment seat highway Galata Siha. Amortization expenses da. The get win letter at the complex letter financial to John. Assets allowed to see that a service service so but deal no to later depreciation see
Member?
Here is South Yatıé. Utilities new either. It's about 2.5 million. That area Dacha. The number Dacha the see that Minister of Infrastructure I see Minister of Infrastructure I see tell department. I own utility do so. GNWT behind last see on the lights infrastructure yeah nice yeah 2.36 million 750,000 a year increase utilities new Stanton Hospital decrease at some by 167,000 net decrease utilities Lafferty Dule ferries Sur pump out the fuel hut as a ferry crossing that and Nakhill at 1.789 million utility funding in electricity ha sampa taja at a yellow utilities a you can't buy last year with lights a kind of what is seriously. We'll see. At large seriously. He that sampa last year snare hydro yacht job hydro tight jump clay canal but I late sick on see you won't arrow you bet other la in la idile it's somebody had to leave utility shall don't high thought it's all they saw higher don't had that somebody that ja had only members at TC idile but adil classy la said idile he was south on a crowd yeah that Region operates out of Curho. They chose on of Curho. Merci. Facilities management on last Tuesday. Hornland, Chile is a course, for province, for resolution, settlement maintainers who led the Tangotalana. Department, some part awfully. The heating boiler show the such a heater boiler, such a operating engineers need to have hot loss chasing. Only be cold on the let, like you had a 13 gold on the let. Okay. Had only put us, he lay employee look infrastructure, one night he looked, what people to be volatile. See near the department in it. He trained on 100 maintainers, one lot Chile, and there's only a rural college to that. Then not tell. No, 6 weeks of course only had to have. Boil heat oil technician training at the will be a man. Only see electrical ticket bits in the sea in the yield there. A specialized training in conduction housing corporation pill all of now already course to furnaces sell boilers at the sea. They that over all at the net instructions on site but not the hard here that see only see who bagala naile hadn't maintained a saw that bagala nas hardla nasser had to serious training of that furnace 4 weeks and furnace kind of the wire or see send le to it you know to it boiler systems the on the tunnel valves or see that door you'll see that too hard a lot of type of ball of nali see furnaces all chile such a department settlement maintainers hard a lot of children to school night telling on let to the mercy on the tanha ministers mercy in department of infrastructure specialized trained samples building maintainers what there but our odd when law you bola now you see assets you see bola deputy minister is looted you're not here that will see the no see department still one I'll no say housing no what to belgalite see one I'll and say mercy Madam Chair Pet is made of progress 14 in terms of settlement maintained positionally community hard law that's a non don't the settlement maintainers 100% of maintainers are priority one ton there indigenous aboriginal permits action and policy with laws there. Merci Madam Chair. They show down training was currently gone off to speech in the choice thing, but nice he's asking this new thing, mercy. Yes, remember that mercy that was currently soil. This is answering that work or Shandila. He has seen it. The partner is not a friends housing hill like that. Miss McCue affairs training program bill like that. Training programs on there recreation facility maintainers department you had to you but I dan hannol tran la chile zete it dan hannol tran that o si gatala no local higher that dan really that la chile in here capacity hill maintainers had a John territories on alternate so the program not there the community hollow na year no training no John it out the hollow na then is only in mercy the choice you know mercy honey 14 maintainers and that's on the he point la chile la that's a Celsius or child the operation engineers is not there. You don't have heating, you got the line now, but the whole lot of chatter. Take the whole lot of chills. Flying community that I need to club it to. And you would say that the new hall for 2 persons there. That you made there. At the Solomon maintainers, tunnel Lilo is oil heating technicians. That you know, basic heating appliances repairs for your galana. See who Neil seen the zone la chara higher. Ganast here. The return Honald Hanne, Hiljarens only a year with our black Honest Han North in Legor Shandile. Hunted at training Shandile. To TC training with you. See, you set in all sea buildings systems for core showers, exterior systems of the had only Giganast Hisi. The settlement maintainers are not here. Mercy. And you see, you know, you train it on Honald Hanna and the zone that you but are odd way at some public and it's a lot of department. Mercy. Minister, mercy in it. At the end of the zone, son, a member at DC. You facility maintainer that he had you all and all in it so night and building maintainers now you go got na that well na hotoria hot way boilers and that is steam ticket well yeah bailers he is the board he offered the by course and the no tickets no so none ke hat tickets no is go go shandle building maintainers had to handle kan That's art, you had got the law now, department health art here. I just needed is only but you had to call an over in had members at DC, you had to mercy. Tabachat on the cardinal. Mercy in utilities lying on us here. Minister than Yachuga, City College, the regional operators, yeah, utilities are not here. $2 million in it. Stanton. Got that shit right. Got that job because to John section got the territorial to the hospital. Got that job. Regional operation that I got that job. But like that, Marcina. Merci, Madam Chair. Annual basis, you know the main estimates in Canada. God, they have $35 million utilities on annual basis. Government buildings, it's Nankaya, Yabikorsha, at Aileen Sen. I don't budget anything there. Dacha. 2.5 million. Dacha. Stanton Territorial Hospital in the utilities higher. The electricity cost is Dacha. Stanton company there on the doing on Bagalaita had a budget at a some part recurred had a some part Dacha at Sina. Hachara utilities. More say. All regions operations as a choose that here. Utilities at least to the budget of your the net your the law. Page 251 in your leases got there though. Monthly leases, monthly payment, yearly payments. You Stanton the year or you Stanton her lease law. See, we're seeing it. Madam Chair, you lease Stanton say, but you're somebody Department of Infrastructure unit, leases predominantly a young majority departments Bullish cherry that charge I see let somebody. I use stand legacy nil channel employment service had that they release temporary student funding the housing, education, culture, employment but all that had that some part 3.4 million in it. Yeah, $3.4 million in it. Some part year. Day leases are you standing there. Remember your occur, mercy. To budget on it currently. Had a clarity that no zone that benders near. Lease payments will not yet stand and see. Main hospital in it. Legacy building that no it's in the locally. To repart lease payment at all in it. It's a sale in it. Minister, mercy in it. Nla at only. ADM Brendan, you got not here. I thought that Uber like I see you got not here. Brendan, mercy in it. Stanton legacies, payments at Plaza. Annual leases. Region budget. Stanton Hospital, new building, co-see members, budget, easily had was. Bernasney Department of Finance, Albert Plaza. Mercy.
Madam Chair, budget just on legacy C. Least a lot guys at 13 none yet quant Madam Chair, yearly beast Stanton Legacy Building. $108,000 a year. Madam, you said the Northern Business Aid, business here to North Betat. Outside firms and had to not know. At least on his own. You had to tattoo you not need to it is it quan sit then you quan. Don't know quite little don't know charging out don't rent public funds I did on his own. The minister to in sincere there's a the city briefings You 5 months the departments here that do infrastructure na you the other departments that do nothing that do John. You the aren't here that new utilities not easy. You the leases see do. You the decision dollar see the assembly had to see. You the decision dollar see how to the see. You the sunil the some part governments plan near. You the somebody see how to the you needed some you had to the hana yin laila. You the company's Northwest Territories are at the end of that. You northern ownership see you had the lila de. You public dollars say had the you the halabata all you the quan the dollar see had to the you the Dëne had to the north or at the low had to kibitz at you. You northern company you the young cha nan cha tana ti de ba ni la ba hur ni le yong ha de you the members see that the this side you the do cost allowed had they see you know you the renewal projects see you do next 30 years had to be ta you borrow GNWT they had to be ta you the Dextera had to shot you service had to John dollar 72 18 extended care beds you the program so had to John because you the comment that regional operations at Kumar Curl. Information item 254, 255. 260s and had it it's 265 a information item halada. Die gaan curved in that. Tuna day, will a day. The infrastructure 254. The other operations this year. The thought the other operations see. The ADM Brennan. Where's your Madam Chair? 16.3. Are you 15.7? Are you software? How the 180,000 800 miscellaneous items out there. Mercy, Madam Chair. You several items that you thought that you young that you put in Leila. Madam Chair, ADM Brennan, Tatucha. ADM Brennan. Good answer. Department Supervisor Hatucha. Common Holisian. Contract, short contract, see. Other operations, what is la sita. Merci, Madam Chair. ADM Brennan. Contract service 100,000. In-house to be Kalatada. You network, you GNWT. Contracts with 9 TLC. $100,000. Special skill set at the city. Other agencies. Agencies. Deputy alluded to in say Honolulu. Madam Chair, public agency health boards and public agency boards today. Merci, Madam Chair. Good job. Deputy alluded to Honolulu. Information highlighted Holiday toilet. Merci. Madam Chair, internet access. Use the back pages. Yeah. Marine transportation. The do some. 259 page. Marine freight transport charters. Had that. Estimate charters. Charter. Departmental. Charter boats to Madam Chair, the wrong package on the ADM Brennan, the Honolulu. Merci, Madam Chair. Question C. Budget I'll join it on high toss. One is a budget a charter see. You get business see don't take or change la that. Hot there. don't they see? Revenue seat, charter seat, Puerto Home.
The Premier back.
You break his old too, I must say. Are you the restriction? Are you witness Dios law? Are you chamber the law? Are you the minister seat witness? Are you the information seat? Are you the right witness the toll? Are you minister seat Colonel? Are you the minister held a witness seat? Are you minister seat or Honolulu?
The Great Slave.
Great Slave, North Cardinal. North Cardinal. The charters and they had out there, guy. So I need case out there, guy. Merci, ADM Brandon, you can not hear you. Mr. Brennan. Merci, 2122 charters, 9 numbers we can in the made estimate. So $2.4 million in charters, some public out there, don't I? Merci. Great Slave, merci. 2122 fiscal year. Had the difference, charter cost or 2021 is in there. 2019, 20, they need chargers, but that's some percent, right? Yeah. You only part of government model to know in how you that MTS chargers out in working on those. But ours are out any. Minister, mercy in minister. The chargers, the leasing vessel use so daily rate vessel, yeah, eight vessel it's yes, that's in order for sequia, and the Conate. Had to ball like that, and they go down at all like that. 1600 transportation fuel. Had to transfer some by seal. We charge that some by seal. Well, yeah, a government saying yeah. It at OC has 3 chargers. Some by seal, Gordon, yeah. It's like, say, we Mr. After the chargers company with Chile, had to listen to technology service gone off to your center. Nurse currency, your rates and some law, you have to 254 in page. A different rates charge the department how costly the See, but there's new COVID, somebody like at TSU, you online will capture the jump costly till a minute. Could clean some both eye budget. Minister Mercy, Mr. Avian Brins, you're not here. Even Lada, you're not here. Mercy. ADM Brandon, Mercy. To read that because at least here, departments don't done it. members at the COVID with Edilene, Sampas COVID, Sampadilla, TC at Oli Secretary Hill, but they yelled Sampara, law, you COVID. Had they been charged back, yeah, mercy. Great Slayfield, mercy, I saw you, Sampa, but also in less COVID situation to New Year, March, April to. You won't because they got a lot now. You COVID secretary to Sampa Yala infrastructure is Hotland, but mercy, man, Chelsea, but this new you aren't crazy infrastructure. Yeah, you got now, you, but as I had to vote any. ADM Brendan's gone off to get yeah. Mr. Brendan, mercy. There's that this after you want to say, 2019-20 March. The cool government work sites got a line the Kwanzaa got the line there. Had a home devices had some had a supportive laptop, cell phones had in there. Had network it and Kwanzaa had a some part on older in there. The Chazback model that had to some part $881,000 it's a colder. COVID secretary he did a budget of August 1st, 2020 using August 1st department because of the mercy. Great slavery, mercy. Minister summary told scale that our government worker officers break down the hardware see software what I see but got it with our eyes has a Kwanzaa got now see mercy a law you like that I told you information law on the Hachang have Gary Bennett Gary Bursker Deputy Minister alluded to gone off to you. Mercy in it. See now I break down 9 notes I phone as you in the holy. I don't know it cost is a department $2.7 million gold in the COVID cost. A year 1 million a year. TSCO 607,000 hardware and software 90 how do I know the hardware that there's a member at the but on issues I do deal that there's a summary of $1 million TSCs and some gold are able ones thousand coal will but us. Great flavor here, mercy. Had that data or yeah. But Nestle had that spun as well. Had that Nusker. And you have that squeeze only. Petroleum products involved in find page 257. Suggestion one of serious yeah. The numbers that Charles had in the Delta here. It probably revolving fund or not here cumulative share deficit at some point y'all charge $1 million deficit in niggas in another at in see it's about her needle during this some back older 99 loud pleasing le tainted fuel in le fuel is on the in loud had already $1 million difference cleans Clara and mercy ministry gone off here. I don't know the changes are in there. The fuel services include 4.5 in sales. Decrease 5.2. Cool fuel deferred maintenance tanks and there's only 450,000 fuel to clean children. Jet fuel that Gallup sedimentary year that year remember your Kurhanya 550,000. Mercy, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll tell you. Framework on of Cordo. Let's see. The Yellowknife Airport on revolving fund on last Tuesday. So surplusing lads some ball the la. Platt betlobek al the Bekadir had some ball last year. Ministerial hero. Mercy in Beconest Ha. That's the thought of the scene is this year. At the surplus notes there. Yellowknife Airport involving fund $12 million there. Varied assets are nice, old budget NWT. County purpose had that John year because it's a couple of net assets so had to transport to development from Jean Bobby. And some back over there, luggage and baggage, lines and baggage for Celia. Had a 20-year master plan, but had to procurement had a super deal. Had to really remember at the time there was some back old there because Johnny surplus in there. Mercy. Frame like on the curtain, mercy and quick answer was and close up on either at some back old there, honey. Mercy, manager. Minister, and Cherry, don't forget like Neil Euro. The plan was like that. Committees are consultation on holiday or RFP with you know see Neil all see Nes England that and now projects and the upgrade will airfield lighting with the lights issue. The 2020, 21. We listed down there that will some bulk old there that Marcinia. The current projects will like airport drainage or what is here. Capital purchase or tractors or tow vehicle, some bulk old area, yeah. Yes, that will say timeline fill. That they delay revolving fund, honey. Frame Lake, mostly manager. Minister, you got kilo. The Clisa said like 2 to the end, there's only got kilo. Marcina. Minister. Marcina. Hostler, 20 pages still left. Pages slowly at the old projects or upgrades or see current projects, see capital purchase, see none the other. That will see what dollar. Now I see that Bogolita see capital needs to see another here and not but last to that way the mercy.
Mercy manager. You're not kids on advisory committees, Nick. You the advice minister said you had to had to DC. You the revolving fund see da. You nods and committee see. You do that you let there. You vacancy you let there. You don't take or change la. You the do just the do the some pahala see keep and ridiculous. Madam Chair, Deputy Minister alluded the Honolulu. Mercy, Madam Chair. You not in committee that I saw the Economic Advisory Committee. You don't put on it here that you do terms of reference you the membership appointment it'll there. You the partners at the airport had to see that. You the halgalay that. Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. You too, but either in low. You the banana too. Ida do committees northern hado ase. Ida Sunday or Chenle. Ida public reporting also. Ida Department of Infrastructure the website. Minutes yuka ne hasnide. Annual reporter. Yote assume lilade. Minister see. Ida status report kid member Donald. Ida accountability you the do reporting at let's see. Merci, Madam Chair. Ye halna toilet information ye hanelita toilet. Ye the don't committees nil dato. Ye law the seat the panonity da. Ye mercy, Madam Chair. Ye city Yellow Sea the First Nation. Ye representation with the committees gate. Ye Economic Advisory Committee see. A air carrier. A minister see. A study committee hello da duelo. A representation that are. Mercy, Madam Chair. A Nazuha. A deputy minister, ye don't see how to Mercy, Madam Chair. A committees the representation and light letter. A committee sees a composition. A Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. A industry committee telti see you done real car. A deputy minister premier see how to a committees got telti le detail. A minister see 18th Assembly see. A minister see. Sip committee a do do public the hot new the do na you done had all and aha. Mercy, Madam Chair. A cabinet held to a presentation del yao, a committee seat del to a committee's dedicated say. A Colorado, mercy. Mercy.
I will call this meeting back to order, committee, and
Hay River South, member. Marcy, Madam Chair. 259 is Marine Transportation Service. Ayi da du cha chompa la si. Ayi da def du cha fuel ta te. Ayi da du cha ayi tla da number da. Ayi don't te si. Mercy. Marine Transportation Evolving Funds. A 2007 Marine Transportation Service. A bonita in leda. A Revolving Funds Act in leda. GNWT. A barju. A RNC. A NTS July 1st, 2017 unit. A Deputy Minister ADM Benento. A Yatoya Nofki Internet Yoda. A Marine Transport. A Mercy. Aida do freight to Aida fuel during TC the data. Madam Chair. Aida expenditure C. 23 million 500 a shipyard terminal C 8.7 million a fuel C budget la data. Mercy, Madam Chair. Ida do some la C transport C $27 million C. A thought a service a fuel delivery plant data. A private fuel delivery GNWT Mercy, Madam Chair. A information a main estimate to the ADM Brennan the cost breakdown Hanuluni. $27 million seat, $5.4 million seat, 13 point. A fuel delivery, 7 million. A sales, fuel sales are it. He Imperial Norman Wells had to he river seat Imperial Oil Banani. Mercy, Madam Chair. A shipyard 3.4 million dollar hada. It tsigola to hada. Mercy, Madam Chair. A shipyard terminal operation C. A consult. A the whole year did tetana. A do John Law in C had data. You could darn TC ADM Brennan Hanule. You member C. A shipyard C. Third party work a shipyard ballata C. A Coast Guard best vessel at the Bigalata. A Arctic Research Foundation the head of Bigalata de Mercy. Mercy, Madam Chair. The other items greatly see $10 million. $10 million thought, yeah. Madam Chair, federal funding is held. It's not an ocean protection plan they held. That's a car double hull had they held. Madam Chair. The shipyard terminal operation C. $8.7 million. $8.7 million hull, yeah. Madam Chair. Mercy, Madam Chair. You salary the materials who to a the shipyard Bigalata Sia. You cost you to do the shipyard work. Mercy, Madam Chair. You labor costs who to a shipyard personnel. You number a lot of that. Mercy, Madam Chair. You number that. Mercy, Madam Chair. You southern firms you had to allow. You shipyard what no pagale nasi. You department C. You contract what is he. You option years toll. You minister C Hanoluni, Nede Delsi. You shipyard had to be Galatasi that you at Elasi. You contract to tender in Tatel, don't let a guy to the auction to Tatel. Mercy, Madam Chair. The Marine Transportation Service, the Northern Employment had to be Galatasi. Stonelands and had to be Galena. The South Slave had to be Galata. MTS recruitment, the NWT, the non-residency, the Halalata. The Batala neither that. The transportation C. The headquarters C. The headquarters shed. 90% the shipyard staff C. The Johnson none get it. Negai. The contract C. ADM Brennan the two contract law C. Hano Neza. The tender the Liao. Yes, don't see an Mercy, Madam Chair. The Minister Mercy also. The two contract law C. the northern contract level the not RDC. The contract not already letter guy. The boat contracts. The shipyard. The biddle yaw. Last week the darn time le. I'll soon award the yacht. You remember see. You program service. You do that you come on I'll tell you. Member for Camley.
Madam Chair.
Merci, Cam Lake on this court. Don't see Minister to staff to that some block all the technology service center. April 1st, COVID, but $1 million to go there and then. The software, the computer, had to see nothing yet. The Christ is like hustling in that lane. Minister, there, Miss Ihacha. ADM Brendan, you got the inlay near him. So there's at least got a burst who's idle. Brendan, you got not. Mercy in it. Cricket. That needs a great don't $1 million this scene there. TSC, older 920,000, 25,000. Hardware and software a year. That's some public cause there. That only John breakdowns it's in the software or hardware it's in the John. In the committee, but I shoot on it as a year. Can't make them occur. Mercy in Travis Kerr here. Don't stop. Bonita April 1st. You softwares or technology, see computers or what is see phone or what is see and not here there. It's something. You don't commitment in it. You distant license version technology when the GNWC Department of Legislation and the political platform doesn't have. The platform doesn't have. It's something. Something. Niet uit wat die lenen. Minister, mensen commitment line. Je question. They don't commit to use some things. Look at this year. Now software nearly RCC. Commitment heel zien dat somebody can heel orders on. Had your services cost more than can't make them. What's the commitment source? Yeah, there's three virtual meeting software conference committees. They're not three. Minister of Finance, this now technology, but IT infrastructure, broadband, or internet, or what do you see, services, but IT specific, see in last years in there. Other departments in GNWT are not here. See, there's, yeah. Glad I know so Balaga Education, Culture and Employment Department of Finance, all departments in that seen in there and never but eight in had you know it's a law niet eerst had Cam Lake and Mercy commitment to the second question. Commitment to the other department. So meeting technology or government of it IT and Mercy. Public stores revolving fund. Some last in it, some public stores revolving fund. accounting formal vital statistics, so what you see but that, yeah. The different government departments have a thought, yeah. That is basically, yeah, you know, some a lot of different departments, yeah, you got a lot of years, eh. See, that was curious, yeah. PPE and safety items, public stores, and revolving fund different departments, you know, some PE group, is it? Do some of the intellectual items, so. Minister, the technical, that that member occurs the technical that is ba. I thought nurse need let illegally had only chant singers in a public stores revolving funnel there. Warehouse forms with the government department at here. As you the government paper base at here. Kind of that galite down, there's galite see new technology nil the some last year. ADM Brendan, you are not here, mercy. ADM Brendan. Public service, you know, in fun. Anyway, public stores of what is he? PPE. I'll hold nearly see. The warehouse of Bullish Church. But you know, public stores law. Artifacts or museum law, right? Yearly. Hand sanitizer, you don't see, you don't see anything hello you. You flammable liquid, they tick on it, but they have not anything, huh? Other cut on bunny, there's cut on hand sanitizer, so. You could done the idile quite about I thought il nil in roll it or nil at 11. The master gloves of hand sanitizer department unit at the mercy. You know, there's only clear and double chin. I saw it tell us some back out. And when this some back airport revolving finance. Employment fee henni. Airport sell yacht cha. Had a answer deal cha COVID at last. Had a recommendation chief to public health officer. Had only aeronautical range canis on the yacht cha. Had only per improvement airport sell ya. Half get was that. Had to improvement for number. I think done 30 low. 30 low. Done 30 done 2021 has lot we numbers for now. Madam Chair, Minister, that budget next, you know, page 261 there, aeronautical, but nearly, you know, that this thing was, you know, a variance 3.3888 million, COVID built air, GNW Airlines Service, Tanzania, a Yalnif Airport, Tampa, lease, the landing fees, hat, I don't know, okay, hat, I call you. Had to turn your fees beneath in Atlanta. Well, yeah, just $2.685 million. Airlines with Yellow Airport had some police concession landing fees. Had some 408,000 yachts. Yellow Airport some police with landing fees and March. So there had a year don't they some when CSC. It's a tiger. Mercy. Come late General Chair, mercy, the Minister Airport Improvement Fee. It costs tickets to every travellers a year listen. That would some airport and some Nigeria, Lindsay, some would see a year. That would Ministry and thing. Mercy, Adrian Branding and not here. Details that you well and now you're not here. Mercy, any. That's tickets to some also. Air carry hill limousine there you feel that all tickets when I do it, they paint tickets on and I need you. Plain niet uitladen, nooit uitzoeken any mercy. Come like that mercy. Get clarifications in here that says things that done there. Job is a 2021 show. Revised estimates in 21-22. I saw recommendations for first dealer in that I had that lot. Set out I say there is number the choice and I think on 30 he won on sir. How do we minister at DC? Fees between out and it was courtesy. Department infrastructure airport improvement field then not quite right for it. Nicht in all mercy. At a department thought some part all you had to nil in relay fees all you had really. Page charity. Page 251 0 Infrastructure regional operation of Tampa 2021-22 main estimate in there 218,100,000 committee of Marseille here. Sergeant Arms new witnesses East Nogale Marseille.
Would the minister please introduce her witnesses?
Thank you.
Deputy Gary Brennan. Energy and Strategic Robert Jenkins. $242. 246 the information. South Curl. Yellowknife North. A low carbon federal government sea. A 3 sub hitting sea. Up Madam Chair, Adam Brennan. Madam Chair, 2019-20. Yung sapat. Low carbon yung sapat konzerla. $4.5 million is supplementary appropriation You had $4.5 million to get shot. You had to say, you funding see her. You $7 million seat. You the word some back there. You Madam Chair. You had to jump it cool there see her. You do some back there see. ADM Jenkins. You do John. You do some back there see her. You reisen had to federal government $31.2 million haltika. The project see how the gas emissions is NWT. Get Hodson had to the public housing. The transportation vessels. The grant funds. The Arctic Energy Alliance service. The after carbon. ENR get Hodson had to be galatada. Yun some parla see the federal government the garden pots of Batlata. Mercy, Madam Chair. The federal government see I do that some passy. Okay, dear Nila. $7.5 million see I do the Yumik old there. The asset management see. GNWT good building practices clean that. Madam Chair. ADM Jenkins Honolulu. Minister Jenkins. The construction see. The Canadian National Code and Standard had to see. A good building practice that do manual are. That do designers that do the quite see. It's not get a quansi. You didn't. You don't have a calculator. You need a zate had open there. You don't see. You department see that. You do John Macco, you call now see. The municipality see to ta. The biomass energy funding. The projects allowed that is a biomass here. You had to be calculated level. You could do hot on see. The numbers allow that does biomass it but that cost savingly. Mercy, Madam Chair. Assistant Deputy Minister Brennan, do cost saving at ANC. ida tu chong la si ida tu da no sine ida biomass ida northern program tala 2019-20 C 1.8 million gonna isle ida capital asset city ida capital estimate C hub building and biomass in low $2.8 million haunty because $20 million we can last. The minister seat Department of Infrastructure you do utility not near $60 million haunty got a utility cost that here the department see the goal was on had to see you don't hide in haldo you win with the data the minister see do infrastructure power corpo had to see Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé department unit biomass what to see Madam Chair mercy Deputy Minister Hullison Robert Jenkins Hullison ADM Jenkins district heating centers not programs that lot that do greenhouse gas clusters that do galata that district heating system see GNWT on projects that la that grants that projects but that cluster the ka had to see 25% business 75% government community project Catalina building that see had to work plan see that see heating system energy efficiency had to job do some pala see kabitati ha common see Greenland see 16 communities here to get 30% cost saving at the $60 million utility new utility cost biomass food distribution common see business case Tolson Madam Chair Deputy Minister Jenkins Tolson project see Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé do business case nether to Bahalitella ilne kutana materials satana saljada indigenous partners halado bahalnal to without they have first quarter fiscal. Merci, Madam Chair.
Grace Cleveland on the Merci, the patience in the Arctic Energy Alliance. You're somebody la contributions of somebody with all your community government retrofits renewable energy program. Minister Department Capacity Ability Arctic Energy Alliance. Ayumpa Balasi, but that department you got all out at the milk is a unizon. This needs some line do a young seagull and not to it for Goldele. Mercy. Minister. Arctic Energy Alliance in a non for profit society. You do near it. These are some of your environment impact will cost of your utility services. Don't Arctic Energy Alliance has some about 2.7774 million. Partner tan Hilgalita Alliance no it's any of that energy efficient program no galana. No it's in goals you have non-profit adi. Had Hilgalita Assistant Deputy Minister Jenkins got not here there. Assistant Deputy Minister Jenkins here. Mercy in it. Member that Dëne AEA or not here public fees non-for-profit organization in it. Programs and services are not here. Residents it's a nunca horn law see. Programs and services dan hilgala nasi. The goals and objectives energy strategy notes in there. 2.74 million core funding but lot on there. 3.5 million symbol funding DEA then. That 5.9 million support 8 here tan nigai. That only 1,200 energy rebates in level, 120 homes energy kits, that 150 home audits, 54 community wood stove, and 66 delivered to home laws. He programs a lot, energy rebates, solar panels, or not, he pellet heating. He had in the zone, some 1.3 minutes savings energy relation cost. That another partner in the zone here. He finds a bit all your training is on your now, I must say. Great slate on this currently. What's it? Two definitions Arctic energy. Next time, shorter time, all the times that I was courtesy of course, the ministers, and you'll see those training program, Arctic Energy Alliance, done capacity of non-government organization, but it's near the expand that down program, but once the zone galata. The course technical expert on the zone, you're going to go show the alliance. Had only no get last on, but had that somebody on the big check all there. Had that community workers on last it on other though technical aspects of work last see and had to be taught last had that nurse cur. That department in lines with near information of training program that, but out there the local indigenous employment in law Chile's got mercy. Ministers got mercy in it. In the zone son administrative. Hat only in the arms length department had no galtalana. Hat but alt here but alt here you are. In the zone son hat nine lot a galana see it's on and had to reduce reliance on greenhouse gas or had to see it near had to some power they couldn't see the department bill galas not ready you are mercy. Mercy that's in near the minister and minister you're gonna see not this but Austria break for the built Austria down North Curacito 3 items North Curacito some pound little near 2019-2000 actual skirt lazy lad to Toledo solar project Arctic Research Foundation somehow Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative in the Cyprus Neo, a federal with Champa, Nunia Champa, at the access, with Champa Lyle Hilly projects and zone led a year. Hat all these ministry you're not here to a deal. The Champa all the Algeria and her nether, well, I thought see. It's outdoors currently, and not there's adaptation. Minister without Hiro. Mercy, Madam Chair, and Minister T. To lead a solar project, one-time contribution, cloud at Sampa but Oljano, design of engineering, seen on new installing nice solar systems at Hata Hernlaya. Chip Berners project who night and the Hata, not a case leader, Hata member, our recurrency. The opportunity on that. Cloud community who you heard laws and your tattoo nil ill projects nil ill the singers projects in zone lot the government but the indigenous group non-indigenous non-profit society you'll see next year the nihari the watala na marcel say but great sleep on Thursday. Yeah, need Arctic Energy Alliance can ask for some information the ADM that at least can go on let that audit or that to see that that we said lovely so that is as course Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative can ask here ITA need to talk highway one not his study and lay contribution University of Manitoba Unity stability of highway maintenance or see top on nice to see you studies in cloud only clock or please on the zone he do but or I do that who sell you clock hit yani I balai ta on the some part can it how the studies and study federal government new to the university of young to it some part like all the Basilia that is only mercy listen Madam Chair Minister National Transportation Adaptation Initiative and a member that I am not here project in the seagull like that you will tuck higher and not in there see Berners Neil who will be report that on no one will shoot the labor so ADM said that also Brenda Minister ADM Brenda nothing the and I funding the knuckle program the Transport Canada had ITH the University of Manitoba travaille with it here 2 year funding in let and left in there so that's importantly Bill of March one issue the high report March 31st there's a course only you'll see some see you'll go like that NTCGS will go like that Northwest Territory Geologic Survey Bill go like that is a report there North you'll highway I don't see the University of Sandra test law you and IGH highway panizers and you got the line now getting away with a hand out using unit here at the NTI Sati Luli for temporary curdle Hulaso had to temporary curl Yatuli the study at that embankment University of Manitoba deep field section you remember you could near near at all CC Mercy great leave you not here Mercy Madam Chair good. Yeah, of course, now law is in the university, the research lab, but a lot of ITH, very ministry, you thought you go on now, you live, you thought some part occur federal governments and some part no, it's 800 cell students say 100 innovative that on the zone, see a lot in the zone, so that minister, that you see no, you be creative in it, see that there's courtesy, there's courtesy. Arctic Research Foundation some back metric conditions Grace Lake AIDS ARS issue the personal had I one night train there. Had I seen it, MTS, then that's in his own right. See, had to the Netherlands, it's a Polytech University, had to be closet, but so a bunny there. Knowledge economy, what I see, some part of law, your ministry, you're going to have to do it. Budget on Lily see, to line item, Hilly. Plateau, they some part, but you it's out it's the students away educational piece of the department hell all of now mercy. Mercy. Remember that thing, let's see. And he can his inlet city it's in the zones inlet. You say quill in two years ago that hill that you see the options and Tulsa hydro controlled who you are tears you're not sure there. He said quit up in need where you got a line I see. Had only another say Donny in her. No, but opportunities that all Ian or Hill go like that, possibility of collaboration or that last time well like that. Insurance or the lines in the zone, see all and now had to save manner option nearly a thousand river. Mercy. Cam like that here though. Mercy and the some chair. There's only some ministers at DC, member of Great Slave Lake, Article C, Sunday, so not easy. There's a kind of zone in the criminal like that, Mercy the same, you know, had to 20 summer students, but no trees a year. You're at some pub, but no flat there, the division of department infrastructure closet. Minister, Mercy and energy infrastructure, summer student course and a paper with me, assistant deputy minister versus Kara, you to energy strategic lines. Mr. Jenkins, you're not Tesla. Mr. Jenkins, Mercy in Minister team, let's say, the Pagalaita, back metric word, cut out to that hostile subsurface that is it could azeta. A line say that would to ya to vessel 20 northern hires, Northern Leadership Program, you all know 17 students, some law, 5 Northern youth leaders.
Mike.
Merci, Madam Chair. The summer student seat, Northern Higher seat, the zone that to Tampala say to Tsakui, had all at all. The Hayun on Chilo, the infrastructure, they say. Congratulations, listening. Year after year. The infrastructure seat, $5.3 million we got the strategic goal in let's see. The Barista seat, the Bahalalas see. The control that you had to see. The decreased line items see. The energy see had to see hold that window. Madam Chair, the 2030 the strategic plan on see. The time on see. The two law ling that see. The don't answer you pansi telo to dilly. 2030 see. To seasonal yellow to nil. The two standard of let the one is on yellow. The two capacity see to work. The two sell yellow out there. Merci, Madam Chair. This year's golden nail. Yes. Merci, Madam Chair. ADM Jenkins, target CC spot the super, you know. Merci, Madam Chair. The reduction 4 to 5 million, 2021, 21, 22. It's a budget that the do bigala tasi. The trapo de si bigala tasi. The grant program see the do some palau the double leo. The energy project see the. Merci. Merci, Madam Chair. Signated to support the Department of Infrastructure against drinking and driving. Project Nazoda. Minister see to support Chila. Merci. Camlet.
Committee of the Whole back to order. We are continuing on energy and strategic initiatives on page 243. And member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'd like to touch upon, well, what I noticed in the the main estimates, there's Arctic Energy Alliance is getting $1.6 million, and the biomass energy is only getting $200,000. I know government, from what I'm hearing and everything, is we're getting pretty heavy on getting away from the greenhouse gas, or lowering our greenhouse gas emissions overall. And it's not going to come overnight, but there was plans to get to bring those levels down overall. And we spent considerable amount of resources, lots of money, on fuels, whether it be diesel fuels or liquid natural gas, propane. And the future looks like, we're looking at biomass, whether it be wood pellets, wood chips, or briquettes. I think briquettes are a common commodity. I think in Europe they're changing over from pellets to briquettes. And there's even a market where you can harvest willows to make your fuels. I'm not the expert in there, but I'm just really wondering how serious we are as a government to looking at the biomass energy, because when you're only spending $200,000, I don't know what that's doing, but we don't even have research and development area within infrastructure to really look at this. And we should have a line item for that. I'm just wondering if I could get the energy guy to give me some insight into this. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Government of Northwest Territories has delivered a number of biomass projects to help reduce some of the greenhouse gas emissions and also operating costs. So the use of wood pellets, wood pellet boilers have proven to be a reliable technology in the Northwest Territories, and residents, as well as businesses and local governments, have all benefited from this success. So I do want to ensure the member that yes, the government is serious about using when and where we can more biomass heating. So the use of this is considered for all JWT facilities that are being constructed. So yes, we are looking at it at any new builds that the government is looking at constructing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Merci to the Minister for that. But I think she missed the mark here in what I was, the gist of my statement. As I'm aware of what the government is doing, I see it. I worked in infrastructure. I know what you've been doing. Any new government buildings, you're converting. And you're converting just government buildings, only government stuff. I'm looking at a big picture here. And I said it, where's our research and development to harness biomass energy and use throughout the Northwest Territories? That's why I asked if there was if the energy guy, Robert, could provide us what they see in this field. Merci.
Member, just remember to direct your questions to me, and the minister, I'll direct it to the Minister. Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we were looking at this budget here, and the title is Grants, Contribution and Transfers. You look at that line item that the member is speaking of, and it's $200,000 in biomass energy. And I do want to point out that is specific for specific $200,000 that's given to Arctic Energy Alliance in order to support biomass in homes, just that project. This area in the budget speaks of grants, contribution, transfers. That's what the department's transferring. So that's what that line item is. And once we get into some of the other, perhaps we maybe even past asset management, where we talk a little bit more about what we're doing in terms of some biomass projects incorporating into our new infrastructure build, perhaps we can speak about it then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I've gone past what's there. I was asking a question. But how serious are we as a GNWT government to look at harnessing biomass energy or the Northwest Territories moving forward to get rid of the greenhouse gas emissions? Because like I was saying, we spend considerable amount of financial resources buying fuels, for paying in fuels. You know, are we going to get serious about reducing greenhouse gas emissions? So where do we have a line item within infrastructure, the Energy and Strategic Initiatives Energy Department, that shows research and development? And are we going to be serious and start putting our thoughts and our energy into that? Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's, you know, I said in answering the first question that we are serious about biomass. And we're serious because we're looking at new infrastructure build and how we can incorporate biomass into new buildings. But I think I will direct my ADM to speak a bit more about some of the projects directly related to some of the biomass projects that's happening within our infrastructure. Go ahead, ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of work going on in terms of biomass energy. So the Minister correctly identified the 200,000 that's going to Arctic Energy Alliance. Again, wood pellet boilers, a reliable technology that we're looking to advance. We have a number of projects underway. The GNWT has installed 39 biomass boilers, 3 of which are under commercial arrangements, so quite a bit of work done there. We have 2 programs, the Government Greenhouse Gas Fund and the Buildings and Industry Grant Fund, which again are application-based by individuals, businesses, or governments, other levels of government, that could include district heating. And that is under the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund. There's funds there available for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Decho.
Let's see, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, because I know what you're just listing what you currently have. I'm looking for a research and development section of everything so that we look at biomass seriously. And it should be a separate report saying, hey, this is where we're looking at, and the different types of biomass energy. Because I have a problem with, just keeping it within infrastructure, because the NWT Housing Corporation needs help to address harnessing biomass energy in our communities up and down the valley. It went from 2,400 units to 2,600 units, and I heard now there was 2,900 units. And hooking them up to like a district heating systems that we've been talking about, and I think I threw this out when I first got here. We need to see ways that we can save on our heating energy costs using biomass, that the government realizes in the long run significant savings, which we can pass back on to the consumers through a cost of living. And this has got to hit the Northland Utilities Power Company and the Northern Transportation, or NTPC power companies. Why don't they incorporate biomass instead of just burning up diesel year after year after year? has anybody talked to them? But even the Housing Corp we need that crossover so that we got the Energy Department working with all these groups here and really taking a serious look moving forward. We need to be serious about this and do it. I don't want to hear about, oh, we got more projects here and there and there. Where's the research and development department to get us where we need to go? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister, did you have any response to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear where the member's coming from. Right now, within our current Department of Infrastructure, we do not have a research and development embedded in any of our energy budget. This is perhaps something we could look at going forward to be able to ensure that we have cost savings in all our energy within the territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, the 12.339 million, what percentage of those funds would actually stay in Yellowknife versus go out to projects in the communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the variety of grants, contribution, and transfers. It is quite diverse. Predominantly, majority of these should stay within, if not all of them, should stay within the Northwest Territories. But I'll just get ADM Brennan to give it it's a hard question. I don't know. It's not something we've looked at, but I'll let him give it a shot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Brennan.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I need the member to repeat the question. I never heard the full question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member, can you repeat your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're looking at total contributions of 12.388 million, and I'm just wondering what percentage of that amount stays in Yellowknife for Yellowknife type project, for Yellowknife projects, versus what ends up in the communities for support to the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we have that number available with us today, but most of these programs are application-based programs, so the actual amount that paid every year would depend on the applicants that would receive. If you look at the Community Access Program, for example, I think that normally 100% of that money is outside of Yellowknife. But the other programs, we would have to go back to our funded agencies such as AEA to get a list of the people of where it went. So we definitely don't have it here with us tonight, so my apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to see those, see where that distribution is, because, when you go outside Yellowknife here and pretty well predominantly First Nations, Indigenous communities, and I just want to see, what the buy-in is in those communities, and the understanding as well of of these programs, and if they actually know they're available. I guess the other thing is what I'd like to know as well is I've got no problem with energy and strategic initiatives. I think we have to look down the road and as much as I'm an oil and gas guy, I realize I have to adapt and change. And so I would like to know, I guess, what have we looked at, what the cost savings, I guess, or are we getting value for our dollar by switching over to alternate type of energies in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, within our bigger strategy of the strategic 2030 Energy Strategic and Action Plan, I think within there we have targets, and within our targets we're able to kind of match where we're at every couple years to be able to see if we're on target. And I'm just going to see if ADM Jenkins want to elaborate a little bit more in terms of his views on whether or not we're doing any savings. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the one that we have right in front of us that we could provide this evening is some of the savings associated with some of the biomass energy initiatives that we have ongoing. And so in 2019-20, there was a utility savings of $1.85 million. And that was based on the use of using 7,400 tons of wood pellets. And in essence, we're displacing diesel. And these projects displaced almost 4 million liters of diesel. And ultimately, we're working towards reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, reduced just over 10,500 tons of greenhouse gas emission reductions. I think that's the one that we have here at hand that we can provide tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have now is, for smaller communities, I'm just wondering if, you know, if the research is being done to see the cost savings in the smaller communities as well. Because I know that, you know, we look at the housing corporation and we say, oh, well, they should, sometimes upgrade their houses, make them airtight and all this. Well, that causes mold problems. It causes a whole bunch of things which we pay for down the road, and then there's really no cost savings. So I just want to make sure that, you know, what we're doing here isn't creating more problems that will cost us in the end anyway. So, yeah, Minister can comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take that as a comment.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member for Hay River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, well, the 12.38 million, the government does, has changed over, some of their energy requirements to biomass, and how much of that cost, or does any of it come out of this 12.38 million? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer is no. But I will get ADM Brennan to be able to talk a little bit more about why it's a no. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the money that we save by putting in biomass boilers basically just frees up money in the budgets for other GNWT initiatives. This money here is funding that the department provides to various agencies or applicants for taking on their own initiatives. So no, there's no money, no savings in this number, 12.38 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, this 12.388 million goes towards projects that are accessed probably mainly by residents and businesses, private businesses. Is that correct? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you look along the list of the contributions, it varies. You look at one example of the community access program where it's proposal based, and we put requests for proposals out twice a year. We get applicants and we go through the department to be able to determine, deliver that type of funding. You look at the Arctic Energy Alliance where we provide direct funding to the Arctic Energy Alliance Coalition, and they determine that. So it quite varies. Looking down the line, I want to say it's quite a mix of both providing either just contributions or perhaps just transferring some money or grants. So I'm not sure if the members wanting to go into each 2, 4, 6, 8, 20 of them or whatever and determine what is grants, contribution, or transfers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's fine. I guess I can look at it. If I have further questions, I can ask the Minister at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yep, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll try to break this down to something more regional, and then I'll probably speak to something a little more broader in terms of globally. But I'll just start just looking at page 244. just as a whole. I circled a few items that were sunsetted, Arctic Research Foundation, Tulia Solar Project, and one that's understandably that was sunsetted was for that Tuck Highway study, the Northern Transportation Adaptation Initiative. But then, looking at this, you know, it just seems like we're like, in terms of research and development outside of Yellowknife, it just kind of all stopped. And I guess my first question to the minister is, and I don't want to sound anti-Yellowknife here, but I want to see how much of all these line items on page 244 are based in Yellowknife. How much percentage of that? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know if I have that level of detail on whether or not. I'm assuming that, you know, pick on Arctic Energy Alliance. Most of the regions have a Arctic Energy Alliance office that does their own work. I'm looking to ADM Bren to see if he wants to take a look at this to be able to determine. I'm pretty sure majority of the lists on the contributions are either administered by a department in Yellowknife, or perhaps maybe some of them are delivered at a community level. I'll just see if ADM wants to just try and answer that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ADM Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we definitely don't have a list of how much of this money will be spent outside of Yellowknife, partially because, again, it's an application-based program and we don't know where the applications are going to come from. About half of this money, $6.2 million, is for the Arctic Energy Alliance, and certainly they offer services and grants, rebates to various members and communities throughout the NWT. This money goes to community governments, it goes to residents, it goes to businesses all across the Northwest Territories, and it will depend and will change every year based on where the applicants come from. So, with the exception of, you know, some core funding we provide the Arctic Energy Alliance, everything else is pretty much application based. So I think the number will change every year, and we just don't have that information with us right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Sure, yeah, it'd be nice to see some of those numbers, because, again, it goes on to my next question, because, I mean, on page 246, there's 28 positions headquarters, and I'm assuming that's all here in Yellowknife. I mean, if the minister is correct in saying that there's offices around, I imagine they don't have all the information on the Arctic Energy Alliance, but I'd like to see what kind of, because it is money from the public purses. It'd be nice to know how many jobs outside of Yellowknife that the AEA has, or Arctic Energy has outside of Yellowknife. Yeah. So again, I guess they don't have the information, but we'll get it at a later date. And I guess going back into my more global kind of thinking, I always think of new ideas. I brought this up with my members in another forum, but I talked about, you know, server farms. You know, it's and you look at the R&D here, you know, and I did some homework outside a couple days ago about this, and there are server farms all over like the world, and like a lot of tech giants, they like to choose the colder climates. Like Iceland they're working on a big project right now, and they're gonna wire fiber optics out of their country and it'll serve other areas of the world. Finland, the Scandinavian countries, because of the climate, like their favorable conditions, and one of the things interesting about server farms is because it generates so much heat, I guess it's an alternative form of energy that they heat buildings as well. So, I mean, is that something that this department would be interested in doing, and possibly, you know, researching, and you know, probably just putting the antenna out there, I guess, or try to get some interest in doing that? Is that something that the minister would be interested in, your department? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm hearing a lot of great ideas today. Unfortunately, they can't really be put in the budget right now, but it is something we can look at to be able to, you know, if and where there's opportunity to cost savings, and, you know, come and look at innovative ideas on how we can save money. I mean, you look at some of the costs that we put into the energy strategic initiatives and some of the projects going out, and, you know, try and balance some of the cost savings. it is different. But I hear the members' concern about, trying to get out there and look at some exciting programs, initiatives that are happening all over the world. And, I hear also the need for a little bit more focus on more perhaps research and development in terms of looking at saving money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Yeah, I understand, just in terms of what we're working on here, but it's always good to just start those conversations and just kind of get that out there and finding ways. Like I said, I'm always going to look for ways to try to streamline the way we do business and try to find ways for revenue and that sort of thing. So I'll leave that as a comment, and I'm kind of excited about this. I'm going to do more research into this, and I'll probably share that information with my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just probably a couple of areas. First is Member for Trinidad Willowday talked about the cost breakdown. I'd like to see that as well. Provide a list for the last 5 years, the community contribution. It does vary on an annual basis based on application, but last 5 years we should have a good idea who got what. The 12 million previous years, last 5 years, there can be a breakdown of funding contribution. That will give us a good idea where the money is expended, either Yellowknife or outside Yellowknife, so, and the regions as well. So if we can get that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the areas I've been focusing on is the biomass, the 200K. To assist the increase of modern wood burning technologies to heat homes and buildings in the communities. As you know, we serve a lot of communities that are isolated, high cost of living in the communities, no road infrastructures. So those are real challenges that we're faced with today. I can only speak to the experience that I've had with my own alternative heat in my home. In 2003, we purchased a pellet boiler system. At that time, it cost us $10,000. That was 18 years ago. I'm sure it's way higher now, probably double, almost double. And it did cut my heat in half, the cost on an annual basis. So it is beneficial. But 200,000 can only stretch so much. When you serve 33 communities, 200,000 a pot, that's 6,000 per community. That's like the pocket change for the government of Northwest Territories, Madam Chair. We should have that increase over the years. If you talk to people that install pellet boilers, it's all good news. Wood burning, all great news. But we're still at that low level. So has that been contemplated by this department over the years to increase that funding? If not, why not? Madam Chair, that would be my first question.
Thank you. Member, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we did provide through Aurora, or Arctic, the Arctic Energy Alliance program, a lot of funding, which we've completed with, just in the last fiscal year, like $5.9 million, resulting in, some of the energy rebates, some 120 home energy efficient kits, 150 energy audits, deep home energy, 54 wood stoves that were installed at an additional 66 delivered to the communities. So this is not just 200,000 in addition to providing to homeowners who wish to do some of this work themselves, but we are providing some community work as well to some of the communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfouille.
Madam Chair, obviously that is good news. A lot of my communities have benefited from wood stoves. But I serve 4 communities, almost 4,000 people. And when members talking about 54, that's 54 throughout the Northwest Territories possibly. And even my communities, obviously there's an outcry for wood stoves. A lot of our people are not employed in the community, and they're struggling. And power went out to 20 hours in Wati. Some communities were fortunate they had wood stove, but a lot of them didn't have wood stove. So those are real challenges. It's real stories. And yes, Arctic Energy Alliance, their money is set aside there, but I'm strictly referring to the biomass energy 200,000 that's to assist increased use of modern wood burning technologies. So I'm referring to a pellet boiler system. And not everybody has or in a position to purchase $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 worth of equipment to cut down their costs of on an annual basis. Even the pellet bags, they're 40 pound a bag. Just imagine transporting that to isolated communities that do not have road access. So there's a substantial cost, and just wondering if there's been an appetite to assist those communities at the initial stage. Usually, government turns to individual community members saying, "You buy this, and we'll give you a rebate." But not everybody has money up front. So I'm just wondering, because it says to assist increase use of modern wood burning, how are they assisting, Madam Chair? Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at this program here, the Low Carbon Leadership Economy Fund, and you know, some of the things, the allocation to the GWT is $31.2 million for initiative to reduce greenhouse gas. So the total project expenditures, including GWT as well as third-party contribution, will total about $74.2 million if all the programs are fully subscribed. So this funding is allowed for 6 approved initiatives. I'm not going to go into all of them because, I mean, or I can, but I won't. But one of them is the energy retrofits of public housing. So I mean, this is just one part of this this fund that can assist residents that live either in housing or public housing. I'm going to get ADM Jenkins to speak a little bit more about, you know, what are some opportunities, more specifically about what the members speaking about in terms of helping individual homeowners to be able to provide some wood stoves. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to speak to a few of the AEA programs that are provided, specifically looking at, there is one that's a new program that's called the Low Income Home Winterization Program, basically designed to help energy upgrades more accessible for low-income owner-occupied homes. That is a new program there through AEA. In terms of providing energy-saving products, not particularly in terms of what you referred to in terms of biomass boilers, but ways to basically make homes more energy efficient and potentially save costs. There's, of course, the Community Wood Stove Program. That's a program that's already existing, and basically AEA works with basically provides programming in communities, you know, after installations are done to help in that. So there's programs there. As the Minister mentioned, there's also the Low Carbon Economy Leadership Fund, and there's grant programs, GHG grant programs that for governments in the NMT, including community and Indigenous governments, that could be used to fund projects that result in GHG emission reductions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Montfouet?
Must Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Arctic Energy Alliance and other programs, there's always a threshold. Not everybody qualifies. And some people are making just beyond the threshold and they don't qualify for wood stove. So those are individuals I'm voicing for. And so I'm certainly hoping that the minister will seriously consider these areas. Madam Chair, next one I have obviously is a community access program, the 1.48 million. I know it goes directly to the communities. As you know, COVID-19 hit us over a year now, and there's been a lot of cabins built on my area, Highway 3. So I'm assuming those are community access roads that we're referring to. So how many communities or cabins have we covered, I guess, over a COVID year period? And 1.48, is that enough? I don't think it is, because I'm seeing a lot of cabins going up. So, Madam Chair, that would be my question to the minister and her shop.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Community Access Fund is on a yearly basis, like I said, 1.5 application base. In terms of the breakdown as to, you know, what do we give for trails, what do we give for access roads, what do we give for there, I'm going to look to ADM Jenkins to see if he has a breakdown, as he's the guy in charge specifically of that CAP program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Community Access Program, 1.5 million for access roads, trails, docks, wharves. We have two application, the summer and a winter intake. To date in 2020-21, we've approved 26 construction projects totaling just over $1.58 million. We do have a breakdown of the projects that were funded, both in the summer construction projects as well as the winter construction projects, broken down by region. It would take a little bit of time to go through, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Minister, can we get a commitment that we could get a copy of that list for the members? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just looked at the infrastructure website. The latest document that has the word biomass in it is from 2017. It's a fact sheet. So, but I think I heard the minister say that there's some kind of study or strategy that was developed. Can the minister just tell me very briefly what that is and commit to share it with the committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to see if ADM Jenkins has further information, very specific, like really quick answer in what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins, really quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be captured under the energy strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, look, is it a separate document and can it be shared with the committee, standing committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking to support staff here to see if we're able to share it, and I'm seeing nodding, and I'm going to ask ADM Jenkins to see if that's possible, because I really don't know where we're at in that document. I've got so many numbers and stuff in front of me here to be able to find it very quickly, and it's not going to be very quick, so I'd see if he can do this quicker than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to look that up on the website and take a look and see if there is a new document there. I'm not aware, so I'll have to go and do some look. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. Just burned up 2 minutes with what I thought was a simple question, so I think I'll move on. So I've been here for over 5 years now. I've never seen a detailed cost estimate for the Tolson expansion project or the Slave Geological Province Road. I heard the minister or somebody say that there's supposed to be an updated cost estimate for Tolson in the first quarter of the new year. Can the minister commit to share that cost estimate with standing committee? Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's going to be a no because I don't know specifically what I committed to or what I said, other than, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and commit to something that I don't know whether it's shareable or not. So the answer is no.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I'll be here 3 months from now asking for it. So is there an updated cost estimate being prepared for the Slave Geological Province Road or the road to Lockhart or whatever the heck it's called now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, can the Minister tell me when that study is going to be finished, and can she share it with Standing Committee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just, if you know, I'm wasting some time here, but without finding the right information, I'm going to look to ADM Jenkins to see if he knows more information while I find that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've got $40 million in funding for Slave Geological Province Corridor. We're going through the environmental, regulatory, and other type of information gathering, which would support regulatory applications. Obviously, we'd have to look as we go through this process similar to Tallston and look at the business case for the project. We don't have a time right now. We're looking at hopefully having a regulatory application in for the Lockhart All-Season Road sometime in next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is more of a comment. We spent tens of millions of dollars on these two projects, and we still, I as a legislator have not seen an updated cost estimate. I don't know what else I can say. That's just not good management. So I'll leave it at that. I want to ask about the strategic infrastructure line on page 243, $667,000. Can someone tell me briefly what that is actually for? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the strategic infrastructure line, there's not a change in it from previous. It's due to unfunded positions and an increase of O&M spending. So I'm looking at it as no change, but I'm going to look to ADM Brennan to just confirm, because I see a difference here, but I'll just get him, because there is a decrease of $133,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
Madam Chair, so the $667,000 is $560,000 for salary and about $100,000 for O&M, including travel and some contracts and materials and supplies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that concise response. I'd understood that the department was doing some studies, research, cost estimates for small hydro projects close to some of the Tlicho communities, including Wati, Gamati, Wekwati. Can someone tell me the status of that work? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get either ADM Jenkins to find that in his book really quickly and respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one project I can speak to quickly is the project for Gamma-T. We've done some hydrological modeling on that, or monitoring, sorry, since 2018, looking at doing a community scale hydropower project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Rather than eat the clock up here, can I get a commitment then from the Minister to share some more information about what that project is all about and whether there's any other mini hydro projects or work being done in the other Tlicho communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yep, Madam Chair, that's a yes. Anyways, the ADM did speak about one of the projects. The other one we can share information is the Yatéé transmission line that's happening as well. So there are some projects that are taking place that the department would be able to provide an update as to where we're at with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate that commitment from the Minister. The Yatéé transmission line, though, has nothing to do with mini hydro. It's about bringing snare power over to Yatéé, but at what I can feel is an exorbitant cost. Same cost, we could actually build mini hydro in 3 of the Tlicho communities and make them energy self-sufficient, but we'll have that discussion later. Just a couple more cleanup questions, if I can. My colleague from Dëne asked about research and development. Can someone confirm whether there's actually any research and development capacity within the Department of Infrastructure for biomass? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, some of the things that we are alternative renewable energy research is, it's funding used for academic leading edge research and development to push technology. But without going any further, that's as much as I know on research and development. So I'll ask ADM Jenkins to be able to see if he can give further information on R&D. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we do have, engineers and different, we got smart people in the division, and they do a lot of work. And, as an early adopter and now a leader in the use of biomass for heating across the territory, we've actually been contacted by territorial and provincial agencies in terms of our expert technical input into projects in other jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Wow, I actually got through all my questions. And I want to thank the Minister and her staff for responding fairly quickly. Just wanted to note for the record that we have a wood pellet boiler system as well in our home. And when we put it in, it was $35,000. So the prices have gone up significantly, but it is a big cost benefit. We actually have hoppers on the outside of the house, and it's delivered pneumatically. So with pressure, they can blow the pellets into hoppers and don't have to load the individual bags in. So it's a big benefit that way, especially when you're an old guy. But we need more money to do wood pellets, but even more importantly, wood chips. You're not going to get wood pellets in the off-road communities, and we've got to look at technology that allows for wood chips to be used. So that's my pitch, to try to get the Minister and our staff to do some more work on wood chips and biomass in general. That's all I've got. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll take that as a comment, and I thank you for the members sharing that. That's really good to hear that people are doing this on their own. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Since I think there are no further questions under this, because we've gone through everybody, please turn to page 243. Infrastructure, Energy and Strategic Initiatives, Operations Expenditures, 2021-2022 main estimates, $19,030,000. Does committee agree? Agree. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the new witness into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witness, your new witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have still with us today is Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Gary Brennan, and we have Assistant Deputy Minister Gary Vandermeer for Programs and Services.
Welcome. Mr. Vandermeer, welcome. All right, so thank you, committee. And now we were going to move on to programs and services, beginning on page 247 with information item on page 249. Questions? Member for Trinidad Yatyé.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have a few questions, I think, on the fuel service. I hope this is the right area. You know, I know in my writing in Lutzelke, like the fuel has to be shipped in there, and you know the prices of fuel shift from year to year. I'm just wondering right now, can the Minister just explain the main item here, I guess, is the actuals to the main estimates, that variance. Thank you, and explain that.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we look at the fuel services, and I think that's where the member is looking at, so we had a increase of 32,000 for amortization adjustment, but there is a variance of 2.3, which the department absorbed expenditures in order for fuel services division to stay within its authorization stabilization limits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Yatyé.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is a sticky point even in the community in Lutzelke, because you know once the price is announced and that's the price for the year, but prices always are like fuel are always fluctuating, and I'm just wondering how the department determines how they keep a certain price for fuel in the communities, and how do they determine what rates they're going to be charging, and how they arrive at that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM John Vanberg to speak to this. Or, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Good, I can hear myself. I thought I might have to push something. With respect to the determination of fuel prices, the fuel prices are based on a number of cost components. The cost components include the wholesale purchase price of the product itself, I'm doing this from memory, the commissions paid to the local community contractor for distribution of the fuel, the transportation cost of the fuel to the community, the taxes, of course, there's various fuel taxes that are part of that, an O&M levy as well, which covers the cost of the overall operation for the fuel services division of the Department of Infrastructure, which includes staffing costs and office costs, various costs. All of those come together to determine the total price of fuel that's charged to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Yatyé.
Attorney, yeah, I appreciate that response. So I guess if we get some numbers back, like for all the communities that have to have their fuel delivered, and it's going to be, I know it's going to be different from community to community based on what I was just told here. So if we get a breakdown by community, what the prices are on average in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, if that's possible.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, we have, I believe we have a list here that we could share. So within each of the communities in the North Slave, the Decho, Satu, and the Beaufort Delta, in each of the different categories, we're able to classify what the price per liter is for diesel heating, diesel motive, gasoline, and NAP HTHA, as well as jet fuel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you. I appreciate that. One other concern too, like was brought to me by my constituents, especially in Lutzka, they look, they're always watching fuel prices. They see on the news, all of a sudden, a place will dip a fuel like it becomes cheap everywhere. That happens from time to time. But all of a sudden, like the prices of the fuel in a small community stay the same. Is there ever going to be an appetite to kind of keep with the times? If you see the price of fuel drops like across the board, will the department ever follow suit and try to keep things, I guess, fair for our small communities? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, really good question. I wish I could say yes right now, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to ask ADM Vanberg to see if he can help me out with that answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The price of fuel in the communities that we serve, the petroleum products program under the Fuel Services Division, serves 16 communities in the Northwest Territories, and for each of those, as was pointed out, there's a different cost structure, different cost component. The components are the same essentially, but the prices to do that are different. A smaller fraction of that total price is actually the wholesale price of the cost of fuel. So when we see fuel fall in various parts of the country, what we have to understand is that our cost of our contractors local to distribute the fuel in the communities, the cost of transportation, cost of our levy, our various overhead costs, they don't really change very much. So even though the price of fuel, the wholesale price may change somewhat, the price change for the communities as what they pay, what the citizens pay, doesn't change that much. I don't know if that answers the question, but.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. If I could just get something in writing from the ministers about the breakdown of the wholesale costs and some of the factors in. So, because I know I'm going to get that question again in the future, just so I could explain to my constituents what factors into the cost of fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Member.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the line item for occupational health and safety on page 248. I note that it's $306,000 for the upcoming year, which is an increase of $150,000 or so. It is my understanding that that is a staffing position increase. Now, for me, it's really concerning to see that for a department with an overall budget of, what are we looking at here, $278 million, that there's only $306,000 being spent on health and safety. This is the department of the doers and the workers and the people that are out in the field and active. And I feel that the health and safety funding is woefully short. Perhaps the minister can speak to whether or not the department is looking to increase funding for occupational health and safety roles within the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the occupational health safety is crucial to some of the line work that we do within Marine Transportation Services, or let alone the Department of Infrastructure. In terms of the increase, and I know it doesn't look like a lot, but we did increase by one extra position in the Northwest Territories. Perhaps one's not enough. I think that's where the member's going, and that is something we can look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a further comment to that. I do think it would be worthwhile as we look at integrating things and breaking down silos within the GNWT, that the entire health and safety program of the Government of the Northwest Territories be looked at, and perhaps one unified one created, which would be great along with a public safety department. But I will follow up with the minister at a later date on that. Can the minister speak to, sorry, just lost my spot here. I really do need glasses, particularly at the end of this day. You know what? I'm going to leave it there, and if I could come back to my spot, I will just send an email. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, member. Any further questions from members under programs and services? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a timeline when we expect all departments to be on our digital integrated management system, our digital record system, aka DIMS? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to find actually I'm using up his time, so I'm going to turn it over to ADM Vandenberg. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell you that at this time, and I may have mentioned this before, that the DIMS hasn't been implemented at a few of the departments: Education, Culture and Employment, Health and Social Services, Executive and Indigenous Affairs, and at the Legislative Assembly. The implementation of DIMS is certainly high on our priority list. We're working with the departments to do that. You may know that the Occupational Records Classification System and the Administrative Records, the ARCs and the ORCs classification systems need to be accomplished by these departments before we can fully implement the DIMS in these departments. And again, we're working with them to see that happens, and that is really the denominator of how long it will take to get it done. We do have a schedule. We want to move forward on this as quickly as possible.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we spend $2.5 million a year on corporate information management. Getting all of our departments on the same records is essential for the ATIP implementation. It's essential for any sort of digital government work we have to do. I hear what the department's saying is that there's a readiness aspect, and that the first step is departments getting their records in order so they could actually be brought into the GNWT's digital information system. So I guess, what is the department doing to make sure that ECE, Health and Social Services, EIA, and I guess I'll talk to the Legislative Assembly about making sure they are ready and getting DIMS online? Sorry, I guess I just want to re-ask my first question. Do we have a timeline? I know we're trying. I know we're spending millions of dollars doing this every year, but it's been many years in the making. So when can we actually expect the GNWT to be on one information management system? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member did talk about when, in terms of there are some steps that we need to do that meet some of our key requirements in order to get everybody online. That's going to take time. I'm going to look to ADM Vandenberg to see if he's knows a little more information about some timelines and get everybody on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that, again, we can't pin down an exact timeline, but we are working. The Department of Infrastructure is working. We're providing project management support, training, help desk support, advisory services to support the approval and implementation of ORCs in these departments. I can't say exactly how long that will take, but we are redoubling our efforts to make sure that they can get that done. We're providing the training accordingly. So it's going to vary per department depending upon the volume of records that they have. That's all I can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I recognize that this probably doesn't actually, the fault probably doesn't lie with the corporate information management section, in that, departments, some of our records are in a mess, and it was a lot of work to bring all of the records into one place for the departments we got there. Can I just get a commitment from the minister to try and do their best to put together a timeline? I believe there was a timeline at one point when DIMS was first rolled out, and we've failed to meet it a couple times in a row now. So perhaps there's some hesitancy to actually put a date on this, but if possible, can the minister come back with a date, or at least an assessment of what is the barrier to getting this work done? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, I think that's a great idea. That would put a lot of pressure into some of the departments who still are not combined with our infrastructure information management system. So absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
No further questions. I will celebrate the day we're all on one information management system and all of our ARCs and ORCs are sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there anyone else who wants to ask questions under programs and services? Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'm looking under the line item compliance and licensing. That's like a $3 million price tag. Can you explain what this line item entails? Merci.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam, there's a variance there of, it's actually a decrease, or no, sorry, there is a variance for increased operating O&M expenses for the monthly maintenance and support fees and increased travel in 2019 under compliance and licensing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member.
Madam Chair. You mentioned maintenance in there. Can you tell me what you mean by maintenance in there? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get ADM Brennan to explain maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, so thank you. What the member was, our minister, sorry, was referring to was the maintenance of our actual drive system. So this division, compliance and licensing, maintains the drives, which is our driver and vehicle licensing system, and we have to provide, I guess, maintenance fees to keep that up to date on an ongoing basis and move forward towards things like online services and whatnot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Merci for that. The other one I'm looking at is inspection services. We got $1.6 million. What type of inspection services are these? Because I'm also, okay, I'll just ask that question right now. Merci.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask ADM Brennan to speak a little more about the programs for inspection services.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So the types of inspections that division takes care of is inspections for electrical, boilers, gas pressure vessels, and elevators. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Yeah, merci, Madam Chair. Merci for that answer. You're mentioning that it's electrical, boiler, gas, and electrical. That sounds very familiar because we do have those safety services within the GNWT, whether it's under infrastructure. Are these the people that you're actually using that's within government? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if I heard that question. My earpiece was off, but I'm sure one of the staff, Assistant Deputy Minister Vandenberg, may have heard that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The $1.6 million are the staff costs for GNWT staff and for the inspection department for the group. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Okay, merci, Madam Chair, that we're using the GNWT, so we're paying back to the GNWT with that money. I also note down on the contract services, what does that entail, that amount there, $1.7 million?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that was asked by earlier, but I'm going to see if ADM Brennan can repeat that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a list about what that entails, but I can give the member some some of the items that it would include. It'll include, so for, where do I start? Air, Marine, and Safety, they have contracted work. They do work at airports. So some of the building work that happens at airports, upgrades and whatnot, that's contracted out. Compliance and licensing, they contract out the maintenance of their drive system. And basically, it's just various contracts throughout all the different divisions that add up to that 1.7 million. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Dachel.
Merci, Madam Chair. So most of your contracts for all those services, are they contractors based in the NWT, Northern Contractors? Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the line item there for contract services in expenditure category, and I'm just going to there's I had it right here with me. Okay, so there you'll see a variance there of $6.2 million in some of the contracting services, and I just want to say that $4.4 million is absorbed within MTS deficit in order to stay within its authorized stabilization limits, and then the other two is Department absorbed fuel service division deficit in order to stay within its authorization stabilized limits. That's what the variance in the contract is, and I think, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Dachel.
Yeah, merci, Madam Chair. I got confused there because I see a line item of 1.7 million and she's talking about $4 million here and there. So I'm just wondering, the contract services on page 248, Madam Chair. Merci.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, red means decrease. So there is a decrease in previous years to now. I'll get ADM Brennan to speak a little bit more about the line item.
Thank you, Minister. Just, we only got black and white, so. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got the color. I got the good stuff. In terms of the $1.7 million contract services, we don't have the breakdown by Northern and Southern, but the majority of this work is for the airports, Air, Marine, and Safety, and most of that work happens in small communities where our 26 airports are located outside of Yellowknife. And unfortunately, we don't have the breakdown right now, but it is a lot of most of that money is spent in the north, but unfortunately, we just don't have that right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Member for Dachel.
Merci, Madam Chair. Contract services, that's not for any specialized services or anything. Is it, what type of contract work does this entail? I think you may have answered that before, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we did answer that already, but if the member likes, we can get ADM Vandenberg to answer it again.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the most part, these are contracted services, and I believe ADM Brennan mentioned it. The airports, the majority of this money is spent with northern contractors or northern businesses.
Thank you, Member for Dachel.
Madam, yeah, I just wasn't sure what type of work that was entailed and that the small contractors can access. Anyways, I heard talk when I was working with infrastructure back in 2018-19 about MTS getting their own maintenance personnel. I wonder, my question is did that happen? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get ADM Vandenberg to talk a little bit more detail about MTS. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vandenberg.
Madam Chair, yeah, in the interest of time, I will be brief on this one. With MTS, with the program, we are committed to hire through PSAC, the union. We're working with three bargaining units there, and MTS does through the staffing contractor bring on their own maintenance people, whether that be maintenance people for the shipyard, for the facilities, the mobile equipment, the vessels. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg. Are there any further questions from members under Programs and Services? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister just maybe clarify air, marine and safety and the 4.309 million? What does that number encompass? What's the money used for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so the Air, Marine and Safety is responsible for some of the planning, monitoring, managing airport ferry infrastructure, which includes 5 ferry vessels, 4 ferry crossings, runways, and lighting at 26 airports. It also provides strategic direction to be able to optimize commercial development at airports, and is responsible for developing system-wide asset management, maintenance and operations standards, and administering the safety management system so we can comply with some of the federal legislation. Yeah, that's what that is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd just like to talk a bit about marine and the ferries. What we have here is, I think, an aging fleet. They're probably upwards of 40, 50 years old. And, you know, at some point we're probably just, you know, just patching them and giving them a little bit more life. So I would like to, I guess, ask if there's been any planning with respect to building new vessels or doing any really major retrofits to the ones that we have in the fleet right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member is right. I mean, he sees these aging infrastructure every day when he probably drives by the marine transportation service in Hay River. You know, we continuously look for federal funding to be able to get better improved tugs and better improved to comply with some of the Transportation Canada rules around, you know, what is required for some of our aging infrastructure. And to speak more specifically about this is ADM Vandenberg to talk a little bit more about where we're at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, that is correct. I mean, the vessels are aging. It's fair to say that they're used in fresh water, and so the hulls do have some life. We certainly have to comply with Transport Canada inspections every year, and the vessels have to be seaworthy in order to be able to operate. We have drawn upon federal funding, and we look to federal funding. We've re-engined a couple of vessels, spending some significant money on those ferries. However, and indeed, we need to look to the future to consider future capitalization of replacements when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one of the concerns I have is that, you know, with the amount of ice that came down say, for instance, the Liard last fall, the integrity of the hulls of those ferries could very well be compromised, and you know, it resulted in you know, the ferry there being stuck out in the ice, and it had to be rescued. So, you know, and I guess that's why I'm just wondering why, you know, or if we are going to look at upgrading them. Maybe upgrading the hulls, you know, to account for, you know, possible, you know, to running them longer during the fall and when there's ice out there, because, you know, really in reality that's it's a safety issue, and if there would have been, vehicles on that ferry when it did get away there and get stuck, there could be some real liability there for the government. So, is there anything that we're doing, I guess, to ensure that the safety of the passengers on those ferries are looked after? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, absolutely. This is something that, we need to look at. And I mentioned earlier about the stricter requirements from Transport Canada about having single-hull barges, tugs versus double-hulled, and the amount it would cost to be able to look at that. And, even just looking at some of our ferries across the Northwest Territories, and, the need to perhaps have a look at, every year we do a little bit of work, and I hear the members' concern about, what happened in one of the communities by Fort Simpson, and how we need to ensure that we have safety as the utmost respect for these tugs and our staff as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just previously we were talking about energy initiatives, so I wonder if there's any planning with respect to converting some of these ferries to electric, and with the diesel backup, because the amount of diesel I guess they go through, even though they're only running for part of the year, it may be something that is worth trying. So I would like to ask the Minister if that's being considered, and if not, why. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, there's a lot of work to be able to put some of these projects into play. But I'm going to look to ADM Vandenberg to see if that's something the department thought of in terms of how we to be able to efficiently do things better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Vandenberg.
Madam Chair, at this time, we haven't gone into it in great depth. We'd be prepared to look at that in future. However, certainly there could be possibility for federal funding for the right program for that type of application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the Assistant Deputy Minister for that answer, because I think there's a real opportunity to try something, and to maybe say have some cost savings on diesel fuel, and also meet some of the energy initiatives that we're trying to achieve for replacement of diesel. So that's more of a comment, I guess, and no further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River. I'll take it as a comment. Any further questions from members under Programs and Services? Seeing no further questions under Programs and Services, please turn to page 248. Infrastructure, Programs and Services, Operations Expenditures, Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $15,727,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, members. Please return now to the departmental summary found on page 233. Is it 233 or 231? 231. Is it? 231, yeah. 231, okay. Infrastructure operations expenditures, total department 2021-2022 main estimates, $278,894,000. Does committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Let's see, Madam Chair. I move that the committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Infrastructure at this time. Mr. Joe.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Infrastructure 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, you may escort the witnesses out of the chamber. Mr. Norn, what is the wish of committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, Member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 289-19, 2 main estimates 2021-2022, and would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife South. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, motion 29-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, bills 13, 12, 13, and 14, committee reports 8, 9, and 10, minister statement 77, table documents 165, 166, 167, 286, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.